Hello, friends. My name is Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Famous People. And some people say the greatest human being who's ever lived. I'm not sure who exactly is saying that, but I'm sure some people are saying it. Uh, Not me. I don't agree with them. It's not my fault they're advocating this on my behalf without my express wishes. What am I doing? Well, what have I been doing for the last quite a while now since it came out? I am, of course, it rhymes with Schmaine Schmoker. Indeed, I am playing poker, sometimes called God's game. I find it really incredibly fascinating now that I'm able to play online. Playing live is just too goddamn slow. Playing online, you get shit tons more hands per hour. And and also people can't read my live tells. There's still kind of like tells in online poker though. It's funny. The way people bet, etc. But you never really know about those tells because let's say I take a long time to bet. It could be because I got distracted for a moment. It doesn't take very long for you to have just a couple of seconds left on your timer. I didn't get a whole lot of love. Want a whole lot of love? Meow. No, that wasn't what I was going to say. Didn't get a whole lot of action on the last live stream. Doesn't appear out the gates like we're going to get a whole lot of action on this one. If Well, I'll let it roll for a while. I'm actually making a video about this tournament run that I'm making concurrent with live streaming. So I'm recording it on the laptop, the poker. I'm just doing the live stream here on the phone. But so far, there's not anybody here at all, which is a little bit atypical. We'll see what happens. So for this camera up here, which obviously needs different attention than this camera down here. Well, none of this will make that camera. I could stop it until I get to a hand that I actually care about. In fact, I'll do that. Look at that. Somebody is here after all. Let's see what you're saying today. Hello, Joseph. Hi, J-Ma. Looks like Jaw. Oh, Jew. No, I'm not Jewish at all. But it sounds like you're anti-Semitic. So I'm going to go ahead and put you on timeout. I had you on. Sorry. I don't know what I had you on means. Sounds like a greeting of some different species out in space. I had you on. I had you on, brother. We are the Squelg people. The alien race called the Squelgs. They're the ones who say, I had you on. I misclicked. Oh, you misclicked, huh? Well, I'm sorry to hear that. If you accidentally ended up here because of a misclick, well, it's a very happy accident for you because you have found the internet's only YouTube channel, namely mine. It makes me pretty special. I think we can agree with that. Having the only YouTube channel on the whole internet, that's not common, right? Oh no, falling things. But that's what I accomplish every day. I get a little bit closer to me, to you, and to the universal heart. Mm-hmm. You know, it seems like it might be your first time here, Joseph. Believe it or not, sometimes this channel on live streams we have like a lot of people here. You know, sometimes. On Rachel's 40th birthday, we had 76,000 views on our live stream. That's our best ever. That was it was like a weird anomaly because I've never gotten anything close to that many on a live stream before. I've had live streams with people in the dozens before for the duration of the stream, maybe like between 30 and 50 people. I've had plenty of streams where we get peaks up 70s, 80s, but I've never had anything like 76,000 views. I know it's crazy, right? And the thing is, I've been streaming since the moment YouTube started streaming. I've been streaming. In fact, I was trying to stream on YouTube before they had streaming my own way. Basically, I had a video conference room. I talked people in, and I paid somebody to code me a solution that the rooms were always open. And anytime anybody was in there talking, it would cut those videos into 15-minute chunks every 15 minutes and upload them to YouTube. Uh, and then at some point he fixed it so that it wouldn't upload them if there wasn't anything on it. So that was pretty cool. It's called TWFP Raw, and of course, it didn't survive the changes to YouTube culture and stuff because what had formerly been a permissive kind of copyright environment became quite strict, and I kept having people in the raw room because I kept leaving the ability to do so on. I wanted people to be able to drop links and then watch it together in the room, which they could, but then they always did copyrighted shit, even though I told them not to. Okay, get down, please. I don't really want to pet you right now. I hope that you get 10 trillion subscribers. Thanks. I hope I do too. 10 trillion would be tough. There's not nearly that many people on the planet. Maybe I could get subscribers from other planets. That'd be good. Aliens. Huh. Okay, well, I'll call 350. I'm playing this poker tournament right now, as you may have been here when I mentioned it before. This is an $11 tournament on Club WPT Gold. There's my other cat, by the way. This one here is named Trouble. The other one is named Capillo. She's over there on her box. She likes to sit on that box. These are our two cats. Oh, is that billion? Did I miscount the zeros? Okay, my bad. Fold. Anyway, I had pocket sixes, but I had to fold because somebody bet there's an ace on the board, and obviously they have an ace, or it's convincing enough that I'm not gonna call that bet. They are cute, but Trouble is Trouble. He's an aptly named cat. He really is a pain in the butt. And the worst thing about it, I could put up with all of it really, except he's mean to Capillo. He tries to prevent her from having any of her own spaces and stuff. Because he's a narcissist. We have a cat narcissist. He also has AIDS, by the way. Trouble has cat AIDS. No, we're not sure how he contracted it. He doesn't like to talk about that part of his life. That was before we got him. He was a stray cat. We didn't get him at all. He conquered our family. We moved into what was my dad's house at the time to help with my mom, and we brought Capillo with us. This was just a stray cat from the neighborhood, and when animal control picked him up and neutered him and put him back on the street, which is what they do, then all of a sudden he wanted us to be his family, and we're like, go away, go away. But eventually he just conquered us. It became impossible to resist his plaintive meows and stuff. He is a super talkative cat and very intelligent and also very sociopathic. He's not a good kitty. But I mean, I love him anyway. We can't help but love him, even though he's a bad kitty. As Rachel said, now I get how parents can love their kids even though their kids are bullies. You think that Kitty is trying to say that I'm a good person? No, what he's trying to say all the time is that I belong to him and that I am his slave. Like, he periodically will get up way more frequently than you can possibly imagine, meow, meow, meow at me because he wants to go eat. But he doesn't just want to eat by himself. He wants me to follow him in there and watch him eat. And he wants me ideally to stay there the whole time. And then when he's full, when I do that and he's full, okay, you're done now. Well, once he's full, he still does that periodically when he's not hungry, just to make me go into the kitchen and stand there and watch him not get up on the table and eat. That's how controlling and psychopathic this cat is. And he's always trying to swipe at his sister. Oh my God. He's trouble. He's nothing but he sheds shit tons of fur. He is nothing but trouble. Like I said, he has AIDS. He's always hacking, like trying to hack up a fur ball. And he'll swipe at people too, you know. He scratched the shit out of me before. Because his claws are like razor sharp. I don't know why. That's the opposite of your dog. I mean, don't worry. We love trouble plenty, you know. Like I've said to Rachel plenty of times, there's not a sane person in the world who could accuse us of not loving our cats enough. We could be accused of lots of things, but not loving our cats enough is not one of them. Even trouble, even though he's trouble. Capillo is wonderful kitty. I have a song about Capillo called Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty because she's such a wonderful kitty. She's sweet, loving, wonderful. But this bad boy over here is a bad boy. And look, Joseph, you got to understand that just like there's some people in the world who are like in biker gangs and have tattoos and stuff, doesn't mean you can't love them a lot. You just wonder if their choices are wise. Hello, Onyx the Great. I am so glad you're here. Regular Onyx was here earlier, and he was at best mid. I got to tell you. So I'm glad to have the great one here. I'm trying to find. Okay, shut up. I hate that ding ding thing. God. There. Where the fuck are my cigarettes? I guess I left them in the car? Alright, hold on. You're the true Onyx, right? That's why I had a couple people earlier come by named Counterfeit Onyx and Faux Onyx, respectively. You were watching Mystery Name Typing Session? Your duck prompt story. Duck? What was it about? I don't remember. Oh, you mean the roosters wanted to have sex with a duck? No, a dove. A dove. That was a dove, not a duck. It may have sounded like duck, but I actually said dove. Okay. So, I don't really got much cards here so far. Ain't really got none. But that's okay. I'm just being patient, waiting for my spot, waiting for my moment, waiting for when it's my time to shine. These sweatpants are impossible. They do nothing but fall down continually. I'm going to try to tie them as tight as I possibly can so that they will not fall down. But you know what? They will defeat me again. And they'll end up around my ankles if I don't pull them up in like 10 minutes. All right, I'll call this 150 with 4 or 5 of hearts. I'm far enough along that I figure decent chance you won't be raised, so I can see it cheap enough. Obviously, I didn't hit it. I fold. You're not gonna stick around with 4 or 5 on a board that says Queen 10 Jack. That'd be kind of crazy. See, now this is a little bit too tight, though. Well, hopefully, it'll loosen up a little bit. I don't want to be like a lady in a girdle or a man in a girdle. I guess I would be like a man in a girdle. King Jack offsuit. Certainly no premium. I'm not going to call that raise from early position with King Jack offsuit. So I'm going to just fold it. Anywho, yeah, 2 roosters and a dove. Yeah. Because doves are the international sign for peace. Peace and tranquility and dovery. Get out of here with your old dovery, you doves. That's what they say in English, in England. Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, if you consider a sane universe, somebody looking at a picture of me and somebody looking at a picture of Rachel, obviously I should put Rachel's picture on all the thumbnails. I'm more of an acquired taste. Oh, cool. Thank you, Winston's mom. Is it in the channel clips thing? If it is, I'll check it out. Oh, I see. All right, well, what is the time on it? And I'll check it out. God damn it. I raised 400. Somebody goes all in with 25,000. Thanks a lot, mister. Now I'm not going to be able to see a flop. At least I will get to see the flop, though, because other people went on. Ace Jack would have beaten my Jack 10. Ace Jack, it's 2 pairs. Is there a 10? No. Ace Jack wins of those 3. Knocks 2 people out in the process. And this, is this a $2 tournament or the $11 tournament? I think this is the $11 tournament. Okay. In the $2 tournament, it's not a terrible idea to mute him, yeah, but let me see what this says. All right, cool. Hi, Eric. I'm an INTP who type would you suggest, or what type would you suggest as a dating choice? FE type, FE dumb. I would say specifically ESFJ. I know an INTP from this channel who got with an ESFJ man from this channel. An ENTP lady who got with an ESFJ man, and they ended up getting married, and he now lives in Norway with her. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you for letting me know. Astafasta. All right, wait. That's not Is that Astafasta? It's a different kind of Astafasta, maybe. I think there's another person with a name similar to yours, but it's that I call Astafasta, or are you Astafasta? Jody Rain McDaniel. Jody Renee McDaniel. Hello. That's your ideal, that's your dual, and it's better for you than your mirage type because you're a judger. For perceivers, mirage type is better. For judgers, dual is better. Those are socionics terms, by the way, for inner types. Which is something good that socionics did, was create a name for each of the type combinations, like my dominant is your meow is my dominant, or whatever, like that kind of thing. No, I don't want to call. I don't even want to be in this hand. 5-2. Come on. Are you serious? It's just every check to me. I mean, every folded or just called me when I was in the big blind. So I had to go see the flop and then the turn before I had a good cause to fold. Finally, I get ace king, which is not a very good hand. I almost always lose with ace king. Where is the wife? She is in bed. She stayed up all night and much of the morning today, so I expect her to be in recovery mode. Meanwhile, I've got to go to Los Angeles tomorrow, which is the city of angels, because everybody in Los Angeles is an absolute angel. I think I just go all in here. It's about a pot-sized bet. I have ace king. The flop came out ace jack 6, jack again, and ace again. So I've got aces full of jacks. He's got aces full of jacks. Fuck, because he had one ace. Oh my god, how horrible. We chopped that pot. I had him fucking dominated. Oh well, now I got a pair of sevens. What you gonna do with a pair of sevens, you ask? I'm going to raise it up. I'll be the first pre-flop aggressor. God damn it. Come on, come on, come on. Ah, trying to use the mouse on my stomach is difficult. I ended up just calling that. I wanted to raise it, but I ended up calling. Now I will bet. $700. Because my pair of sevens, the board comes out 9 high, 9 with 2 twos. I suspect I'm best. Yeah, I never folded to my bet. So didn't take down a big pot, but did take down a bit of a pot. It's good. 6-4 offsuit. Into the muck for you go. But yeah, I find poker fascinating because it is a game of skill, and it's also a game of luck. You know, it's like there's a lot of luck in poker, but sort of not really in certain contexts, depending. Like you can definitely make good choices and bad choices and determine that independent of results. Like I can know whether I played a hand well or poorly, and I can have played it well and still lose the hand, and I can have played it poorly and still win the hand, right? But because there is an ability to do that, let me see what he says here. The primary thing is values. I'm a religious INTP. I do not know how I became a Christian. The framework just clicked. I'm Christian too, and I'm an ENTP. The only problem I had with the ENTP girl was that her deliberation for dating was not so strong. I am an extroverted yapper, INTP. I did play spades and hearts, but not with my parents. I don't know if tails are a particularly significant part of either hearts or spades. But certainly people can tell I don't have much of a poker face. The good thing about Christianity is that it's correct in its fundamentals. Indeed, justice is the highest value, and forgiveness is the highest virtue. It's pretty impressive that it got that right. And that's the key revelation of Christianity is that forgiveness is the highest virtue. And you'll note that the highest virtue doesn't involve doing anything, right? It involves not doing anything, not pursuing justice. So yeah, you are correct. Christianity is the best religion. We don't even need to bother with this whole like It just clicked with me. It's explicitly the best for the reasons I articulated. No other religion successfully got that right. So, it doesn't mean that other religions don't exist. They do exist. And it doesn't mean that their faith isn't just as valid as my faith. It is. And it's also just as non-evidence based as mine, if it's proper faith, right? But the bottom line is, if we're going to articulate which religion is correct about things, broadly, at the broadest framework level, it's obviously Christianity. It's not correct. Islam's not correct in its insistence that the individual be subjugated to the group all the time. Islam tells people how they have to go to the bathroom. That's not correct. Buddhism's not correct. The answer to suffering is not don't be attached to anything. It's ridiculous. Suffering is part of the whole human experience. It's an important part of it. That's not a right religion or whatever you want to call it. Certainly like Hinduism with its elephant with all those arms and stuff, that's obviously not right. So, I mean, I don't know. It seems pretty clear to me that if you're discussing the correctness of things, well, we can objectively say that Christianity is correct, and these two things, if nothing else, that justice is the highest value and forgiveness the highest virtue, and that no other religion gets that right. Um, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that religious people should think that they can or should try to win arguments about God. God is not. All right, I'm glad I did it. Fuck you. Fuck you for sucking out, you fuck. Ace is full of sixes. Oh. It was a good call. See, that's what I mean. Like, if the cards had been face up, I would have done the same thing. Probably. So that means I played the hand well, and I just got a little bit. I didn't even get unlucky there. I guess I should have folded because there were two all-ins in front of me. I was right that neither of them had anything of note particularly. They both had two high cards, which is perfect against pocket eights. But nevertheless, they didn't have the same high cards. Accordingly, it was a bit of a problem. Now I only have 2,900 chips left. 2,900 chips and a dream. Jeremiah fixes here. I'm not going to free Diddy. If I had him locked up, I wouldn't free him even. But I'm not the one who's in charge of that. Well, okay, I'm going to assume here, Winston's mom, that we're distinguishing between belief and faith. So if he's saying, I don't just have faith in God, I believe it to be argumentationally justified, he's just wrong about it. And Pascal's wager is that thing where it says basically, it's better to believe in God because if I'm wrong and I believe in God, then there's no negative outcome. But if I'm right and I believe in God, then I get to go to heaven. Is it that argument? That's a stupid argument. You can make that argument about anything for which there's no evidence, right? Like, hey, you should go stand at the field at midnight and you'll see the giant pumpkin. After all, if it's not real, no harm done. But if it is real, it'll be amazing. Since you can make that argument for everything that doesn't exist, right? Then accordingly, it's not a good argument at all. And like I've said many times before, it is not possible to argumentationally justify God. If it were, then it wouldn't be God you argumentationally justified, because God is not subject to your argumentational schemata. He's not subsumed by them. It's insane to think that God would be subsumed by your argumentation. But more importantly, it's insane to make arguments. Like, it would be insane for me to say, okay, I prepared a case. Rachel, I'm going jogging right now, and here's why. Number one, inherency. In the status quo, I have a problem not doing enough exercise, etc. It would be ridiculous for me to argue about going jogging. It's just as ridiculous for me to argue about God. Because jogging is for exercise, not for argumentation, and not for, there are no decisions to be made, right? God's about faith, which is the opposite of things that are justified. And that is one to grow on. Hi, Simple Girl. Hi, Caroline. I wish that would go viral too. Because, I'm right about a lot of stuff, and it's weird because it seems like there's certainly a market that there's a market for some kind of intellectualism. There's a market for things like Jordan Peterson, people debating certain kinds of topics, etc. There is a market for that stuff, but I guess I come across as probably too conceited and pedantic, not likable enough. I'm guessing. I don't know why. I'm just doomed to fail. But I'm feeling great. I got to tell you, it's things have really, the fog is lifted. I feel happy, joyous, and free again. I I feel I like, how could I not have been taking advantage of this whole time and playing properly? This is wonderful. And I'm kind of freeing myself of this woolen sheet of getting in trouble fear that had been, I guess, driven into me during all of my lifetime. I guess I'm just going to try to play with this short stack and make my way all the way back. I'm going all in right now with 10-9 of clubs, and we'll see what happens. 2 clubs on the flop, but I lose. Do I want to rebuy? Yeah, I do. It's the $11 tournament. I do want to rebuy. It's early enough that I could rebuy. We're only at level 7. But I'm definitely at the all-in stage already. As soon as I get a good hand, I'll be going all in. I'll need to double up a couple of times here. Or triple up one time. That'd be fine too. What burned me in that initial buy-in, really, I got pocket 10s first hand. Cool. Guess I'll go, unless this guy right before me, well, he did raise, but he didn't go all in. I'm going all in with my pocket 10s. Could be a quick buy-in. Let's find out. Okay, well, I won the side pot. Side pot, I think, was, it was substantially bigger than the main pot. Because somehow now I have almost 20,000 chips. Oh, that's right, because I had 10,000. Okay, so the side pot was the one to win anyway. All right, making progress. Now I'm up. I'm up 8,900. There's a gentleman at the nursing home I work at who has horses. He's in a wheelchair and referred to his wheelchair footrest as a stirrup. I love it so much. Hey, Eric, do you have any information, thoughts regarding population statistics of the different types? My thoughts are I've got a couple of gut feelings about certain things, but that nobody has a good reason to claim that a given type is the rarest or the least rare because the statistics extant currently are were gotten with there are huge methodological flaws, but most importantly, the type test they're administering does not correctly type people. So those numbers are going to be way off. Additionally, the methodological problems, like I said, include things like those numbers were gotten from classes, uh, freshman psychology classes in college. The population was exclusively those people. So obviously, that population is not representative of the general population, et cetera, et cetera. So nobody should tell you they know what anything really about the commonness or rareness of types. However, I will say, I think by and large, the rarest types are uh, ENTP, ENTJ, INTP, INTJ, INFJ. I think those are the rarest types. Not that it's good to be rare necessarily. It's like rare isn't positive or negative. It's just frequency of occurrence. Okay, well, I'll bet it. Stop dinging at me. I'm going to turn off the game sounds. I hate that ding so much. It makes me feel like I'm a. Makes me feel like it's a cruel, cruel summer. I'm going to bet 1,200 again. I've got an 8. What do you have? Yay! He had a pair of 7s. I won 24,220 chips now. Now I'm cooking with biscuits. I think the most common types are SFJs and STJs. Somewhat less common, but not a lot. SFPs. And then the least common of the sensors are STPs, I think. But this is just, again, my gut. I can't justify any of these claims. Yes, my claims are very precious, simple girl. That's why I'm hesitant to make ones I can't justify. It's because my precious, precious claims need to withstand all scrutiny. I'm not going to treat them like some whore and leave them unjustified out in the cold. No. I respect my claims enough to fully justify them, or if I can't, to make sure that's clear to everybody. That's why I was voted sexiest man alive by Claim magazine. Caroline loves talking horses with them. You know what, Caroline? That's just a TV show. Horses can't actually talk. But I get it. You love talking horses. Doesn't mean you can love talking horses without them existing. I love unicorns. I love my massive 2-foot cock. It doesn't exist, but I love it anyway. God damn it. Now you counterfeited my 2 pair of the ace on the river and the spades on the board. Obviously, I got to fold to you, fucktard. God. I knew it was on a spade draw. It comes out the worst possible card in the deck. Ace of spades. So that counterfeit my 2 pair and the spade draw I got there. To which I said, hey, been trying to meet you. Must be a devil between us. Yeah. Talking horses. It'd be cool if horses could talk. I bet what they'd say is, "Get the fuck off my back, bitch." If horses could talk, we'd be in for a serious tongue lashing, I think. So listen, I am working here at this rodeo, and like every worker, I have rights, and you have been cinching my belly and making me buck. We're sorry we didn't know you didn't like it. You didn't know I didn't like it? What about the spurs? You think I enjoyed those? Oh, well, we didn't know you could talk. Oh, I get it. So, how about this? There's a mute human being. Do you cinch their stomach and jab spurs into their side? No. That'd be a funny conversation. Um, if if uh, if forces could talk, I'd be like, "Oh, those horse racing tracks are in trouble." So it's fine with you if, like, one of us dies every couple of days running your sport, huh? You have no problem with that. We're not machines. We're living things just like you. Passionate, articulate, living things. Yeah, but my question was, can you beat Fever Rash in the fifth? Yeah, I'm going to beat his ass. All right, good girl. I'm not a girl, I'm a mare. I'm a full-grown mare. All right, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be condescending. I'm betting on you, so run your best, okay? I'm going to win this race even if it kills me. That's the spirit. Animal voiceovers. All right, I should do that. Yeah. I don't have any animals really. Like, I could be the one talking. I could. Like, the cats are right over there. All right, 10 Jack of Diamonds. Nobody loves 10 Jack of Diamonds, but it's a pair of cards you should play because you got two suited Broadway cards. There was a raise before me. I re-raised. Now somebody's gone in, all in for 10,000. Let's see what this guy does. If he goes all in too, yeah, he went all in as well. I'm gonna fold. I'm not getting a good enough price. Ace would have won. Ace five won. I wouldn't have won. So I'm glad I didn't go on. Although if I had gone all in, that last guy who won might not have gone all in. There was a baby seal found lost in the middle of a city recently. And everyone's like, go get your clubs. Did they charge the seal mother with child neglect? The thing is, if you weren't here the other day when I talked about this, I watched a drunk history and learned that in the Middle Ages, the church decided that animals were moral agents and that they could be held, put on trial for crimes and stuff. And so, like they'd have a trial of Mrs. Brown's donkey is found guilty of kicking over her milk bucket and and to be punished with 20 lashes or something ridiculous like that. Anyway, the farmers said, well, if this is the case, can we sue the rats for eating our grain? And the church said, yeah, you can sue the rats. And so then the church put up a couple of signs around, put a few signs around summoning the rats, saying, rats, you are hereby summoned to come to this trial at the church on this day or whatever, right? And of course, on the day in question, where were the rats? They were no shows. I should go all in right here. Be a smart thing to do. But I'm gonna fold. And the rats were no shows to the trial. So, but the rats had been appointed a lawyer by the court, and their lawyer said, "Well, that's because you need to summon each of them individually." But I guess efforts to do that didn't work out either. So the rats got away with it. Those thieves. And this is the thing. This is something significant to note, right? This is why concepts like moral agent matter. Because at any point someone could say, well, why can't I put this animal on trial? The animal's the one who bit me. What do you punish me? I want him to spend time in jail. I want this dog in jail for a month because he bit my hand. Why can't we do that? Because somebody at any point could say, wonder, like, well, why can't I just have the dog put in jail for biting me? Because after all, he assaulted me, committed a crime. And the answer is because the dog is not a moral agent. You don't have rights that can be respected unless you're the kind of thing that can respect rights and therefore have them. To respect rights requires you to understand property. And animals do not understand that. You can train them to respect a certain boundary, for example, but that doesn't mean they understand that this is your property in a way that allows them to grasp their duty of non-interference. Like, I can't chew that because it doesn't belong to me, kind of thing. You might try to punish your dog for doing something he's not supposed to, but that would be a purely prescriptive kind of punishment. It would say, I want to change the behavior, not that the dog it can't ever be retributive justice, right, with animals. It can only be rehabilitative justice. Whereas with people, there really should just be retributive justice. Because that's what separates us from the animals, right? Is this concept of justice. Granted, it's not the only thing that separates us from the animals. For example, few animals have as lovely a coat as mine. This is the best article of clothing I inherited from my dad. I like this jacket a lot. Everything else, I don't even hardly have any clothes. I don't even know. Lord, have mercy on my soul. Ooh, the good Lord better send down a sweet chair for me to ride. That's how I naturally talk on a day-to-day basis. So, get used to it. This is my fake voice. When I'm trying to sound like, my radio voice, this is what I talk like. But really, when I'm at home, I talk like this. Mm-hmm. It's called code switching. Have you never heard of it before? I can show you the world. Oh, right. I was going to take an antacid pill. Come here, antacid pill. I choose you and ask to chew. I do have hats, yeah. Well, um, one would argue that a fetus is subject to the same regency as a newborn child, which is to say, they're not capable of operating as moral agents yet, but they have regents, which is to say their parents usually. Somebody who raises and is responsible for them is responsible for preserving their agency until they reach their majority, at which point they're considered responsible for all their own actions. So it's not informative on the abortion question because newborn babies don't have moral agency yet either. You have to understand that moral agency. But we understand babies as being an early stage of development of a moral agent whose moral agency is not yet expressing in such a way that he can be held liable for failures thereof. The child can. Like a newborn baby can do no wrong. Even if the newborn baby hits you in the face, they didn't do it on purpose. They don't have intentionality. I mean, they do have will, like I want to eat, something makes me feel bad, I cry or whatever. But they have very limited intentionality until they get a little bit older. First, they get sort of physical intentionality, like trying to grab things that, I guess you call that will, but it's not until you get language really that you can understand it is wrong of me to hit my friend Timmy. And the reason you need to have language is because, of course, nobody can understand things that don't make sense. So that's what makes language, and part of what makes language an accountability form. That's crisp and refreshing. The tournament's on break. And I guess this is the first break. I'm at 102 out of 262. So I'm in a good place to stack up, Hi, Eric. It is me again, Jody Renee McDaniel. Jody Renee McDaniel, hello. How are you? Yeah, because I like to ask a question about something that happened when they were on vacation, but if they haven't, some people, not everybody goes on vacation, So if it was like several years ago, then I don't want to ask about it. If they'd been on vacation somewhere in the last 6 months, then I ask them a couple specific questions, SI kind of questions about the vacation. No, no. It, that's why I ask them first about whether or not they've left town recently, because if it's further back than a couple of months or so, then I don't want that. I'm looking for some specific thing that's a memorable event slash experience lasting a small period of time, but not being the normal. And it needs to be relatively recent in their past. Five J. No, thank you, 5J. I guess I could And I guess what I would need to do if I wanted to successfully get my ideas out better is I need to spend a lot of time clipping shorts of good, concise explanations of things that provide insight people haven't heard before, which there are plenty of such ideas that I have that people around here hear many times over and over again, probably, but that the general population has never heard. Things like what Winston's mom was referring to. Things like McDonald's is healthy. People have this irrational notion that McDonald's in particular is somehow unhealthy. Or that fast food is less healthy than if you made the same food at home. It's exactly the same amount of healthy. If you make a hamburger at home, it's no more or less healthy than you eat one at McDonald's. But it's funny how the idiots who are like diet Nazis, how they don't try to demonize regular people for eating what they want, making what they want in their kitchen, but they demonized restaurants for making what people want in their kitchen. Why? Oh, it's because it's a low saturated fat. Oh, just shut the fuck up, you pussy. Eat food and stop thinking about it so much. You're supposed to eat food, not think about it. I hate dietary shit. Drives me crazy. Preservatives aren't unhealthy. So, in other words, what you're saying, Winston's mom, is that a burger at home is more likely to give you food poisoning. Okay, I agree. You're very, very unlikely to get food poisoning at McDonald's. Probably more likely. Trouble! 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 Fine. Oh, 600 rated. Nothing. So I get for defending my blinds. Boo! Boo! That's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's going to be just fine. No, but that's the only example of something that is different that you gave, right? It's not like, I mean, if you want to give a different example of something that makes it different, then go ahead. But preservatives may be a difference between fast food and home food, but that doesn't make it bad, right? So it may be that you're not using preservatives as a justification for why McDonald's is bad, just pointing out that they're different in a way that is neutral or at best favors the home cook. I mean, at best favors McDonald's over the home cook. Your comedy skills declaring a primer? You're trying to make a McDonald's joke, huh? Okay, all right. That's fine. How many McDonald's does it take to screw in a light bulb? It takes 6 of them. One to drink the beer and the other to help him. Is that a McDonald's joke? How many McDonald's does it take to make an airplane? Just one. Douglas. That's McDonald, not McDonald's. Do you have to shit on everything I do? I'm powerfully offended. 6, lol. Where were 1 through 5? I want to know where 1 through 5 are. Now let me tell you about something special that I do. I cleaned my bong super, super well today. Like, what I did is I poured a bunch of rubbing alcohol into it, and I poured salt in it, and I shook, 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 shake, and then pour it all out. Repeat. I took a stick and kind of scraped around everything. Put more alcohol. Shake, 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 shake. Pour it out. Rinse, 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 rinse. Now it's smoking like a dream. The accumulated resin related, the problems that were related to accumulated resin have all disappeared. It's like it's brand new again. It's as new as tomorrow's paper. That's how new it is. Tomorrow's newspaper. Resin is just the black stuff that gets stuck in your bong, you know. It's mostly like just THC crystally stuff that gets melted into this black goo. It's black goo is what it is. It's extremely sticky. If you get like on your fingers, they'll be sticky like for an hour. It's the gross stuff that you have to clean out. If inhaling weed into your lungs is like going pee out of your penis, then bong resin is the equivalent of like thickened pee gathering along the inside of the tube. First, thicken your pee. How do I thicken it? You gotta add cornstarch. Alimony, alimony, paying your bills, living, loving. She's just a woman. Hi, Gooter Bear. Bon Jovi does suck, yes. You are correct, sir. He may be living on a prayer, but he makes music from the toilet. No, okay, that's not resin. Although sometimes it's called live resin. Live resin is different than regular resin. Resin just means bong resin that gathers after you smoke bong ribs over time. Live resin is a form of concentrate. That's different. But yeah, there is a form of concentrate called live resin. Bong resin is like the brown stuff inside a cigarette filter after you're done smoking a cigarette. You know, the brown, stainy stuff, the nicotine juice and such. So that's the best equivalence. Bong resin is like a bong becomes like a cigarette filter after you smoke a cigarette. It gets all gross because it's instead of with brown stuff. It's with resin. Okay, here we go. Let's go outside, yeah, 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 yeah. Let's get together, yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's go outside and smoke together once again. I wish they could still have commercials on TV for cigarettes. I would love to work as a cigarette um, marketing director. I've got lots of ideas for how to market cigarettes. You know, first of all, I'd start a cigarette commercial with somebody like on kind of a cloudy, mostly cloudy, early morning. Like somebody's obviously gotten up like 5 o'clock. They're standing out on their deck in their sweats, and it's still like it's either a weekend day or they haven't started getting ready for work yet. And you see them pull out a Marlboro Red and light it up, and they're just like, and they have a cup of coffee with them. And it looks cool outside, right? And it's like, oh my God, that is just what the doctor ordered. Wouldn't that be a good commercial? Yeah, I need to plant them soon. I need to plant them soon. I need to get potting soil before I plant them. Okay, let's go outside and smoke a cigarette. I'm gonna take this with me so I can play poker through the window. Don't poker through the window, poker in a bed. I can't grow anything ever, never. And I really want to try growing some, you know what? Well, I mean, weeds like the easiest thing in the world to grow. It's easier than any normal plant by far to grow. It's ridiculous that there are all these books and stuff on how to grow weed. Just freaking put a seed in the ground and water it. It's that straightforward. There's nothing to do. You just water. You might, you fertilize occasionally if you feel like it. If you don't, it'll just be a little thinner of a crop. It's not like it's going to explode if you do it wrong. Some things are like that, though. For example, diffusing a bomb. If instead of growing weed, you want to talk about diffusing a bomb, now that's a different matter. You really don't want to start diffusing a bomb until you know what you're doing. But when it comes to growing weed, you don't have to know anything to grow weed because it won't explode if you do it wrong. But okay, how? Oh, thank God. For a second there, I thought I didn't have my cigarettes with me, and I was going to complain that my retardation's acting up way too much, and that's not cool. Because it's not. I wonder what makes that sound. That sound. I would guess it's some kind of bird, but beats the shiitake mushrooms out of me. I'm no expert on flora and fauna. I can't believe it's already gonna be Wednesday. I didn't even realize until earlier today. It's still Tuesday, but that I forgot to take the trash out to the street yesterday, or last Sunday night, or whatever. So, fuck me. But I'll have to go get the fourth trash can from the other house because we don't really have much room left in these trash cans. And everyone's always like, "Oh, why I got trash out." I know I should remember to take the trash out. Like I said, my retardation's been acting up. There. That's good flatulence. Relieving the pressures of my inner butt. It's not easy being an inner butt. It comes with a lot of pressures. Okay, so I'm getting pretty short stacked. Where are the blinds at right now? 1,000. Yeah, I got 15 big blinds. I need to go all in pretty soon. But, I can wait a couple go rounds. But I'm short stacked enough that if I do get a monster like, aces, kings, queens, I should definitely go all in. Because I'll get called. Well, I'm not going to play 9 deuce. That's for sure. I said fold. I had this idea today. I think I might even follow through on it. I want to write a little flyer thing, photocopy it, and mail it to all of my neighbors saying, if you want to play poker, I'd like to put together a poker game for this date, this time at my house. It's the White House up on Snyder Ridge, and I'll get a piece of felt to put over the dining room table, and I'll alert people that I don't have a real poker table, but I do have a dining room table that'll work well that I have felt on top of. Yeah, I know. I don't like watching live poker because it's too slow to watch. I like watching poker vlogs where they should I go all in with twos? No, fold that. Where they edit it down so that you just get hand after hand with some analysis of each hand and stuff like that. I like to watch that. I can't watch a live streamed poker game though because of a couple of reasons. One, it's slow, but also the banter around the table can sometimes be annoying or cringy or whatever. Well, this is just for my neighbors. It's just a Mariposa Pines thing. Good. I mean, for the simple reason that this little neighborhood is so far separated from the next neighborhood. In theory, I could ask if like Les Meadows people if they want to go, but I'll also post it on Nextdoor. That way, Les Meadows people will be able to find out about it too. But regardless, I only have 6 chairs for the poker game, so it's 6. First come, first serve. 6 maximum, but if we'll have like a waiting list if anybody. We'll just do it on the dining room table. There's 6 chairs around it. It's a the right size table for this sort of thing, and that's where I plan to do it, is around the dining room table. So we don't need to worry about anybody bringing their own chairs. My house has chairs and a table. And then the other thing is, if I could get 12, I could bring the other table from. Yeah, you can play six-handed, sure, but if I don't have a table that has room for more than 6 people around it. I mean, I could maybe squeeze 2 more. It's funny, Sean. I have the table at the other house, which is basically similar to the dining room table. Might be a little taller, might be a little longer, maybe could hold 8. I'll go check that one out. I'm a few steps away from doing this. Like, I'm a few steps from actually sending out mail, which includes getting a big piece of felt to put over the dining room table. It includes getting poker chips. It includes getting some decks of cards. And then I'm thinking of putting on the flyer dealer's choice poker from the following 4 choices: 5-card draw, 7-card stud, Omaha, pot limit Omaha, and no limit hold'em. If people want to play some other poker game, there are other ones. Like my granddad, we used to play poker at my grandma and granddad's house. Before he was shot to death, he liked to play a variant of poker called baseball. I don't remember exactly what the rules of it are or anything, but I know it involves 3s and 6s having extra significance. Maybe 3 6s and 9s. Not sure. I've never encountered this variant of poker ever anywhere except at my grandparents' house. Baseball. I should Google it. I wonder if it was just something my family made up or what. A poker game called baseball. It's a variant of stud poker. Players receive 2 cards face down and 4 face up. Oh, I see. 2 cards face down and then. So it's like a mix between Hold'em and stud. Let's see. 3s are wild and can be used as any card not already present in the player's hand. 4s give the player an extra card. 9s are wild and can be used for any card not already present in the player's hand. Ooh, that sounds fun. 4s give the player an extra card? That's kind of wild. I'm glad I thought of that right now and Googled it, because I have never heard of this variant of poker anywhere or anytime other than we used to play. It was one of the games that, because we do like dealer's choice when we played penny poker at my grandparents' house. And baseball was always my grandpa's favorite one. When it was his turn to deal, he always chose baseball. Isn't it? It is interesting. 4-9 in the big blind. God. Might. I could, but Yeah, it's hard to say why we're getting so little attendance. Well, I would have won if I'd gone with my 9-4. Board came king, ace, 9-9-3. That doesn't mean it would have been a good decision. Yeah, so anyway, I don't know why we're not getting any action tonight or last time really either. I mean, Rachel got some good numbers, you said, but decent numbers anyway. But who knows about YouTube? Like, what makes it take? Why are you here again? I just kicked you off of here. All right, I'm gonna go all in with this AC Deucey. Ah, God, this is not. All right, well, I am gonna go in with all in with this AC Deucey. Let me just see what happens. I'll get at least one caller, probably two. Just one caller? Okay. He's got king, queen, I've got ace, deuce. Now I got a pair of twos. Yay, I win. And I doubled up. Yes, I doubled up. I've got 25,000 chips. Yes, I have doubled up. All right, so good. All of the fired former news anchors now have their own channel. Well, I mean that might have. Who knows what and why somebody. Well, why some days live stream gets influxes of new people. Some days it doesn't. Some days, it's impossible to say. I haven't found any single thing that is indicative of anything consistently. The algorithm is a mystery. I think even to the people who are in charge of it. Yeah, we're recording this part of the tournament. So we got that big double up on the recording here. I'm not playing ace 3. I am still, very much close to needing to go all in still because I've got 20 big blinds or so. I will, you know what I'm going to try? I'm going to try your idea. I'm going to change the title of it to Baseball Poker. We'll see how that goes. Baseball Poker. Save. There, I changed the name to Baseball Poker. We will test your notion out. We'll see how it works. What am I looking for? Oh, right. The chat is over here. I don't actually have it open in the other tab. Yeah, well, I should do that, but I don't really know how, and I don't really. I've got a long list of things to tackle, so that's low on my list of things to tackle. Importantly, though, I'm reasonably well positioned right now in this poker tournament. It is my dream and goal to final table one of these poker tournaments. I believe I can do it. Since this is not live and people cannot see me, I believe I am capable enough to accomplish this. Looking at my stats on this tournament I'm currently in, my VPIP is 18% and my PFR is 9. That's excellent. Those are both excellent scores. Means I'm tight aggressive or tight medium. 9, the distance twice your pre-flop raise is not super aggressive, but it's not super passive either. In general, I think if you want to be successful in poker, you need to have a VPIP around 20 and a PFR around 12 or so. We didn't have any argument. We didn't have an argument. She was stressed out by my initial misunderstanding of things, but when she came out to talk to me, we didn't have any argument. I just said, "My bad. I'm sorry. You get why I kind of reacted before really pausing and thinking about things. It's a little bit triggery of a reality that it's easy to misinterpret, But we didn't have any argument. It's crazy how much, though, one little apparent conflict, which didn't even amount to anything, um, gets people all like rah, because Diamond sent Rachel a message later on after that said, hey, you need to get your own money in case something happens between you and Eric. And nothing's gonna happen between us. We have the perfect relationship. We did not get into a fight, and it's insane to think that Rachel should prepare for the eventualities beyond me. Like, at some point, we'll have to more formally prepare something for what happens if I die. Sure, at some point maybe, but the idea that we're going to split up or get divorces is completely insane. We've barely had any fights in the entire 5 years we've been together. Good to remember that. I'll try to remember that pretty good. Husband can get into difficult territory when a wife talks about her past. If he becomes too jealous, she's uncomfortable. He's not jealous enough of her at all. She worries he doesn't care. No, her family did do that. Okay. But that was days ago, maybe a week or maybe 2 weeks ago. I'm talking about after the live stream on Discord. It was after Rachel was off the stream. Okay. I thought I folded this shit already. Get down, please, Camille. You keep coming up here, but I don't want you up here. The cat did not respect my personal space at all. Yeah, on Discord. And that was somewhat upsetting to Rachel. It's like Rachel is as well covered a person as there is in life. She's got her current circumstances, which aren't bad. And she's got at least one, possibly two inheritances coming her way at some point. At least one of which is fairly substantial. I mean, like, How much preparing for things do you really expect people to do? She's so much more prepared for things than most people. I win. I doubled up. No, how did you win? What did you win with? I thought I had that thing won. I must have missed something. Fucking garbage. Another tournament bites the dust. Now, what was I getting upset about a second ago? What was I ranting about? I don't know. I don't think it's the case that Rachel is worried about me either being too jealous or jealous enough. I think she's worried that I might misinterpret things to believe that she still has feelings for previous partners. I mean, some yes, I'm sure her dad had good intentions. Her mom, I'm not sure if her mom's intentions. I mean, I've seen her mom do plenty of things for Rachel to help Rachel, but uh, it's kind of a narcissistic control thing. Rachel's mom is very much dark triad-y. Uh, Goldie Eric over here, his jealousy is just right. No, I don't think that. Um, no, I know that's the problem with any form of like TE. Like you should be yeah, because she's TE polar. Perhaps this is part of the reason anyway. She perceives those things as critiques of the status quo that may require some action to remedy, whereas I see them as idiot prescriptive statements. Like, how could you know what we should do? Just shut the fuck up. I'm not telling you what to do. But some people have a better relationship with others telling them what to do than other people do. I really don't like being told what to do because SE is my eighth slot. I also don't like being told what not to do. Some people may really not like being told their feelings aren't justified. That's not me, but some people might be like that. I would just say, well, of course they're not justified. They're feelings. It doesn't. But more correctly, it doesn't matter if they're justified. You could attempt to justify them or not, but it doesn't matter because feelings aren't a reason to do or not do anything anyway. Yeah, Putty Cat, I know that's an issue, but it's not like that. It's like we're all a team. We have a small enough group of people here that we're all a team. No, I haven't explicitly discussed the subject with Delilah, but Delilah understands that Rachel's family. And if at some point I may explicitly have a conversation with her, or at some point I may just buy life insurance for her or something, I guess. But the thing is, I really just don't like the idea of let's prepare for the eventuality of what happens to Rachel after I'm dead. What happens to Rachel after I'm dead? I mean, once I'm dead, what does it matter? Like, she's not gonna and she's gonna feel the same way. She's gonna be like, the problem isn't that I don't have more than ample financial coverage. The problem is that Eric's dead. Hi, Judy Ivy. Yeah, families do get torn apart by various things. My family, the Strausses, David and Jane Strauss, Delilah Strauss, we are a proper family. We understand what family means. And we're healthy, non toxic. We want the best for our family members. Yeah, families definitely get torn apart over wills and stuff like that. I had a really difficult time dealing with the inheritance issues after my dad's passing I because he had made Delilah the trustee and me the what do you call it, dispensatory. Which I thought meant that basically he had put Delilah in charge of all the money. He did kind of, but the thing is, the will actually empowers me to get the vast majority of the estate anyway. So it's like, in other words, if I at any point if I wanted to, I could say, okay, pay me now, and then the trust would be dissolved. And then everybody would get their payouts and there'd be no more trust. Which would be everybody meaning me and Delilah. Yeah, that's kind of a dated book, Shauna. Not everything in it is correct, okay? There's a couple of wrong things in there. That book is kind of compiled from a little bit of the period of time before I really understood things through the period of time when I was starting to fully understand things. So there's maybe some of it during the period of time when I have did and was where I am now, more or less. But be a little cautious with that one. And then a big tax bill, right, right. Well, we're not doing anything like that. Exactly. That's why we just said, Delilah, you and I, of course, trust each other with our very souls and lives. So we'll just do this the smart way, keep everything in trust. And we'll just make decisions mutually and etc. I think it's good. I'm glad it turned out the way it turned out. At first I was like devastated because I thought that because my dad informed me one day that he was that the existing plan, which had been for some period of time, that Delilah and I would be co-trustees, that he was not, he was just going to make Delilah the sole trustee. I mean, like, oh my God. How much of an asshole do you have to be to do that shit to your son? He just had no respect for me at all. Didn't think I was responsible at all or dependable or something like that. Probably thought I'd spend it all on drugs or something. I don't know. But I should remember this though. I may feel guilty how my dad, about how I dealt with my dad, but really, you know, he did not respect me at all. He had zero respect for me, and I made that clear. And so, fuck him. As far as I could tell, he didn't make a real effort to understand how anything that was important to me or that I did had any value at all. He just assumed it was all completely worthless. I mean, he liked it when I was a successful debate coach for like career success reasons, but that isn't the reason to be impressed, right? The reason to be impressed is because I'm beating the smartest people in the country at being right consistently over the course of years. But my dad didn't think of things like that. Lily Bolin says, John 3:16. For God so loved the world, he gave his one and only Son, for those who believe shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, cool. Thanks for that. I don't really like evangelizing, Would prefer if people didn't evangelize around here. But, it's just like with Jehovah's Witnesses or whatever that come to your door. I am not going to be unnecessarily rude to you and yell at you or something. I'm just going to say, no, you don't want to talk to me about this. Because you don't want to talk to me about this. Let me just tell you that. You're not going to like to hear what I say. And it's not even because I disagree with your faith aspect of things. just for your own sake, just have a nice day. I'm not in the business of beating up on fish in a barrel, even if they swim to your front door. All right, this is what I was going to do next. So I'm going to now see if there is a 7 p.m. poker tournament. I think there's a $5 tournament at 7, if I remember correctly. I prefer playing tournaments than ring games, even though I can win money in ring games, whereas the tournaments are, it's harder. At least at the cheapest level, I can win in ring games. We're talking 5 cent, 10 cent small blind of 5 cents, big blind of 10 cents. Minimum buy-in of $5. So yes, there is a 7 p.m. tournament, a $5 tournament, $2,500 guaranteed prize pool. We'll just let that occur. Jehovah's Witnesses are banging on my door every day. Joke's on them. I'm never letting them out of the basement. That's a good one. It's funny because it's a joke about abducting and keeping captive Jehovah's Witnesses in your basement. I guess I'm going to put this here. Okay. Now we got a few minutes, people, but not that many minutes before the poker tournament starts. I am not going to unplug this phone because it's on super low battery. So a basement is even funnier as it is the opposite of a watchtower. I didn't get that joke at first. That's great, John. Excellent work. You have done fantastic work here, and I want to affirm it with one wonder point for you. Yep. You take that wonder point to the bank and put it in your safe deposit box. And this is coming from somebody who's anointed as fuck. And the Jehovah's Witnesses, if you're like special and infallible or something, you're called anointed. So anyway, I gotta leave the phone in here while I go smoke a cigarette because it's on its last breaths. I could take you with me and plug it in outside. I'm being super lazy. It's like, oh, I don't want to bend over and plug it in outside. I could do that. I could bend over and plug it in. All right, here we go. Let's eat popsicles, popsicles. You know I want popsicles. Let's start eating popsicles. Let me eat some popsicles. You guys remember that song? I was that lady, so I got popsicles. Have you heard the good news? Christ is risen. Let me get my glasses. I love the archaic passive voice present tense. I mean, that itself, passive voice present tense isn't archaic, but with the word given, it is. Nowadays, I mean, risen. Nowadays, we'd say he has risen. We wouldn't say he is risen. But, and a lot of people contemporaneously probably think that it's because they want to convey that he's risen right now. But that's not what that's not why it's written that way. It's because they used to say it used to be common to make a distinction between has risen, which implies that they have risen and may go back down to sleep or something. Versus the passive present is risen, which doesn't convey that necessarily. It could be complete, you know. Interesting, huh? Tenses, they're wonderful things. Olivia Newton Creamsicle sang that song. I bet you're right. Hi, RLFX number one fan. I hope RLFX appreciates your number one fanhood. Yeah, it would be conjugated in the third person singular, present tense, passive voice, intensive form. That is risen. He is risen is passive voice, present tense, intensive form, conjugated in the third person singular only. If we were doing a verb sheet and I had the verb for passive voice, I mean, I had the verb sheet be for the verb rise, it would be like conjugated in the third person singular only, it would be like active voice, intensive form, present tense, he rises. Active voice, intensive form, past tense, he rose. Active voice, intensive form, no, future tense, he will rise. Active voice, intensive form, present, perfect tense, he has risen. Past perfect, he had risen. Future perfect, will have risen. Progressive form, present tense, he is rising, was rising, will be rising, has been rising, had been rising. And the passive voice, is risen, was risen, will have risen, has risen, no. Let's see here. Will be risen, has been risen, had been risen, will have been risen. And then is uh, is being risen, was being risen, will be being risen, has been being risen, had been being risen, and will have been being risen. Those are all the conjugations of the verb to rise. Can you do that trick? Can you do all the conjugations of a given verb? Conjugated in a singular tense, and I mean a singular pronoun, right? Like first person, third person, second person, singular, plural, right? You have to pick one of those. Like, give me second person plural, and then I can conjugate you every verb form for any verb. And that's incredibly useful. I find I use that every day. Like just the other day, I was at the supermarket and there was some kind of emergency, and someone yelled out, "Quick! Does anybody know how to conjugate heal in both active and passive voice and each of the 6 tenses?" We're desperate. I can do it. I heal. I healed. I will heal. I have healed. I had healed. I will have healed. Oh, he's getting better. Go on. Go on. He is healing. He was healing. He will be healing. He has been healing. He had been healing. He will have been healing. Okay, yeah, you're almost there. He's getting it. Okay, he is healed. He was healed. He will be healed. He will have been healed. He will. No, he had been healed. He will have been healed. No, he will have been healed. He has been healed. He had been healed. He will have been. Oh, he will be healed. He has been healed. He had been healed. He will have been healed. He is being healed. He was being healed. He will be being healed. He has been being healed, and he had been being healed, and he will have been being healed. And then at the end of that, the man was perfectly well. He was on the brink of death. I mean, he had a heart attack, a stroke, and cancer all at the same time. But then, thanks to my knowledge, he was saved. Pretty impressive, huh? It's even more powerful than my healing gaze. All right, let's do this, everybody. Let's do this with an intense focus and correctness of ways. Go ahead, Trouble. Okay, well, then you're staying inside. Let's see. What's up, pussycat? Miggity meow, meowgity meow. You love me and I love you. There. Yes, join the server. All right, let's rock and roll, everybody. I'm going to need to get a jar of weed, I think. My first hand was ace jack suited, and I missed it, but it doesn't look like there's any ace or jack on the board, so probably a good thing. Hi. It's me, Eric. That's right. I love you. If I was like that, I'm sure I'd get a lot of views. People love being loved. People hate being hated. People smug being bluff, and people blate being bladed. Let's pull this bong rep. I'm going to raise this up to 150. Min raise with my 9-8 of diamonds. Hello, new. How are you? Oh, that's right. You just told me you're new. No, that's not what I mean. I don't mean how are you in relation to presence here. I mean, how are you doing? Funny and insightful. Howdy. Well, those are two useful things to be. By being funny, you can make somebody laugh. And by being insightful, you can make somebody think. 6, 7, 8, 9. So I've got an open-ended straight draw. I don't necessarily I want to control pot size here, so I'm not going to raise or anything. I think I'm going to need to call at least one reason. Unless somebody goes all in, I'm going to have to call. See at least one more street, maybe all the way because of this open-ended straight draw. Call the 645. Just call, Roddy. God. Why are you raising it up all the way? How much is this turn? It's $5. I'll just go all in. I got the open-ended straight draw. He's got the set of sevens. Oh, no, I lost. That's fine. It's right at the beginning. I can rebuy right now. No harm done. All right, I still have 1,295 chips left. I just go all in so I can rebuy. So I just keep going all in until I double up to have a real stack or rebuy. Oh, God, just call me, motherfuckers. I don't want to continue on this and with this crippled bullet, right? I want a new bullet, as they say. When your bullets only cost $5, you can do that. Okay, cool. So I busted out. Now I'm going to buy in the rebuy. Start over at 10,000 chips. Because that's what friends are for. I'm 21 and have been dealing with depression and anxiety. Do you have any advice? Your phone has risen. You know who else? They remind you of this other guy who's risen. Rising Joe, who always likes to rise. To take your serious question seriously, Alfric Armstrong, I'm not sure if I have any advice or not, but I myself, for the last stretch of time, not currently, but since my dad's death in August of 2022 until fairly recently, I was suffering from depression, but didn't really know that's what it was exactly. I just found myself engaging in a lot of, why did I call that? Because I'm just totally distracted, that's why. My doctor prescribed me Wellbutrin, and it did help get rid of the negative self-talk for somewhat. It's got some side effects I didn't like, which include loss of sex drive and it makes me feel car sick. It doesn't really seem to make me feel as car sick as it used to, but I need to make sure I eat plenty of food when I take it, or else I feel car sick. But it works. It works well. And as far as anxiety goes, it doesn't treat anxiety. But while I don't have any advice, I would say I do have my experience, which is suggestive that sometimes you just kind of come around after a certain point. It kind of depends what your depression links to, I guess. For me, it took a long time for me to adjust from a world where Rachel and I were living at my parents' house to take care of my dementia mom. And then after she went to the nursing home, to be there with my dad until they passed. And then once they did, it was very traumatic because my dad shot himself, while Rachel and I were home. We were briefly murder suspects. Which is something, it's a cool thing to tell at a cocktail party. I was briefly a murder suspect. The cops did the GSR thing on my hands. It was so exciting. I don't want anything to do with that hand. I don't know what I was thinking. I wasn't, that's what. The other thing I would say is, if you're just going to be lying around and being depressed, you might as well watch Talking with Famous People, because I live stream a lot. Like, this is like my third live stream today or something. I don't know. Maybe second, maybe third. I can't quite remember. I guess it depends if you consider a stream last night that stretched into today, a today stream. Anywho, and this is a stream where if you're in the chat, as a general rule, not absolutely always, but as a general rule, I'm able to respond to everybody in the chat and what they say. And that's the main point of this stream, is for me to kind of talk out my random ideas if nobody's around, or if people are around, to engage with what they say. I don't need a prompt to come up with this random shit. I've got plenty of things to say. So even if people aren't talking in the chat, I'm probably talking on the stream and doing something else, because I like to keep my attention well occupied. I like a lot of distractions in the mix, I'll show you my setup here, okay? I'm currently recording this poker game I'm playing with this camera on my face. And there's the laptop, which is where it's being recorded on. But that's being projected to the big TV over there. And then this microphone here is for the laptop recording. Pretty cool, huh? And this rad little rolling chair I got at the music store, and one of the best purchases I've ever made. Just the right height. For what? For everything. No matter how high up or low down it is, this is just the right height. It's actually adjustable too, so I could make it go up more. It's a great little chair. So if you like great chairs and great prices, come to Kohl's today. I used to drink a lot of energy drinks, but I haven't for a couple months. The key thing is, in my opinion, if you're experiencing those symptoms, the only meaningful way to deal with them is with medication. If you really are did you say you were an INTP? No, you didn't. My mistake. I don't think you can treat those things without medication, really. You could, but you'd have to you'd have to not be depressed first before you could do the things that you could do that would treat that. If you want some non-drug solution, I'd just say get as much exercise as possible. Would probably help. But motivating to do exercise when you're depressed is pretty challenging. See if I'll be allowed to limp in. If it costs me 50 to see if I can limp, that's fine. Yes, I was allowed to limp. I got middle pair. Let's see if middle pair is good. Yeah, take it down. So I'm still just a little bit under starting stack now. I got 990. 9,990. Ooh, aces. Now we've got aces. Check this out. Let's see how it plays out. Hopefully I will win a large pot rather than a small one. I'm on the button, which is perfect position. So if anybody else has a hand, I should be able to build a big pot here. And then I want to try to isolate so I only have one opponent. That's how to play aces. Yeah, exercise is proven to do that stuff. Let me go 4 times. So let's see what happens here. Well, am I not going to get any takers? Come on. Come on. Thank you. Am I going to get 2 takers? Okay. Well, that's fine. Oh, especially now that I flopped a full house. Check that out. I flopped a full house. Obviously, I'm going to check that. So hopefully, I wish another diamond would come out. Somebody might have a diamond flush draw. So what can I bet for value here that might get called? Probably not a whole lot. I'm going to try 940. That's less than half pot. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get more than that. Oh, I didn't know I wish he'd had a 3. Oh, well. I got what I could out of the aces. I got a couple grand of chips. So that's pretty good. Yeah, I kept telling myself I need to go exercise, but I never felt motivated to do it. I feel kind of motivated to do it nowadays. Like I could see myself getting some exercise. But tomorrow morning, actually, I'm not even going to go tomorrow morning. I'm going to stay up till like 3 in the morning tonight and then go down to LA because I got to go to LA tomorrow. Well, I've got a few things. I've got 2 things I have to do in LA at 2 different locations. So, and both things close at 5 o'clock. So I need to have plenty of time during the day to make sure I can get those things done, even if I get delayed by traffic or something. I can't cut it close because I don't want to have to go down all the way to LA and be like, like I was planning to go on Monday. It turns out it was President's Day and I wouldn't have been able to go to the bank. That would have sucked. I have to go pee. I have to release the urine from my bladder. Let it all pour into a jar. And then pour that jar of pee into the toilet. You might say, Eric, why not just pee into the toilet yourself rather than into a jar first? Well, the answer to that is that it'll take me too long to pee and then I'll miss a hand in the poker game. So obviously nobody wants that to happen. Accordingly, I'm going to pee in a jar. and then pour it out in the toilet. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'll stand over here where you can't see me and pee into my pee jar. Since I started playing poker, I've needed a pee jar. I mean, if I'm at a cash table, I could just get up from the table and go pee and then go sit down at any table again. But when I'm playing a tournament, I could stand up from the table, but they're going to keep playing, and my tournament chips are still going to keep getting blinded off, you know. The sweet, refreshing sensation of urine. Long may she wave. That's right, urine is a she. You name urine like you name boats. Meow. 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 What are you meowing about? I know why the gray cat meows. By Maya Angelou. Don't drop your pee jar, it's the pee jar. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, kitty, all right, I'll go walk over there for a second. Go ahead. Yeah, you're a good boy. And this thing going really good. Yes, you are. That cat, just go eat by yourself. You're a full-grown adult. You lived by yourself in the streets for years. And now all of a sudden, you're such a baby that you can't eat without me watching you? It's ridiculous. You can hear it? Drug dealer? Are you asking if I need a drug dealer? One could always use another drug dealer. Not that I really have any. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, no, you have to pick one of a very small number of profile pictures. Well, that's the third thing that I might do. It'd be nice to go get lunch with her or something. But I'll also be in a hurry to get back, you know? I'm going to play this H7 of hearts. You know, any 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or jack potentially helps me. We got a 4, 5. We got a 4, 6, and a 9. 6 and 9. So I got an open-ended straight draw. Actually, the 4 was wrong. Oh, yeah, it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or jack. The 4 doesn't help. I'm going to just try to fatten up the pot a little bit. I don't want to get too pot committed because it is a drawing hand. Just because I haven't opened it a straight draw doesn't mean I'm going to hit it. But it's a good place to be at the moment. This ace definitely doesn't help me. I'm going to check. I'll call this bet of 200. Come on. 3. I have jack squat. That's why you try to keep the pot small when you got a drawing hand like that. I feel like the Price is Right sad ending theme song. They can fit into a beer bottle. Who can fit into a beer bottle? Cats? It would have to be a pretty big beer bottle. Where did I put my beer bottle? Here it is. I've lost my cat. Have you checked the beer bottles? What do you mean? Well, it might have crawled inside of one of them. A cat cannot fit in a beer bottle. Oh, I mean, it depends how big your beer bottles are. Or how small your cats. There's no cat small enough to fit into a beer bottle. You're talking about a jug with a huge top of it. You're talking about a bucket, maybe. A beer bucket. I'm talking about beer bottle. Bottle of beer. Okay, you guys get out of here. Where did you come from anyway? I don't know what you're talking about. You mean put your penis in a beer bottle? I don't think it's gonna fit into there. I think you better just keep your penis out of the beer bottle. A beer bottle has a rather narrow urethra. Okay, I don't think your penis is gonna fit in this narrow urethra. I mean, sure, there's a better chance that a penis will fit into a beer bottle than a cat. But I would guess most won't fit into a beer bottle. I'm sure some people have tried, maybe even succeeded. Then they have to go to the doctor and say, I can't get this bottle off of my penis. Have you tried soap? The doctor will say. Yes, I tried soap. Look, this is really embarrassing, but I fell down, landed on this bottle, and I guess my penis got stuck in it. Oh, is that what happened? Yes, of course that's what happened. And now I can't get it out. Well, I don't even see how you got it in there, to be honest. Like I told you, I fell down. God, your mind's in the gutter, doctor. I'll be the initial raiser in this thing, which is only running 6-handed at the moment. It's good. I got okay. No, I don't want to go all in. God damn you, you dirty rat! Not with Ace Jack offsuit. The problem with poker is when you have dirty rats who do things like that, go all in on your raise and make you have to fold your hand. Thanks a lot, Shower, if that is your real name. Is that what it says, Shower? It's an odd name for a poker profile. Shower. Yep, that's what it says. Shower. That's his name. My name is Host Eric. His name is Shower. Now I've been moved tables. But it's really nice to be able to gamble and feel like it's fine because the stakes are low enough. I don't I don't worry about losing hundreds of dollars like is a possibility when I go to the casino. So you're gonna go all the way down to the casino, you might as well be prepared to gamble a little bit of money. Well, you can pee into a beer bottle, that's fine. If you've got good aim. Or the number one beer bottle, you can put your penis in Mickey's Big Mouth. If you can't put your penis in a Mickey's Big Mouth, then you're carrying a real horse cock around. I Okay, well, if that's what you want to do, if you want to put your penis in the Heineken bottle, I'd suggest getting some baby oil maybe or something at least. And be prepared for the fact that it might get stuck in there. I don't know how much of it you're going to get in there, but regardless, it makes me wonder what I'm drinking and whether somebody put their penis in this beer bottle before putting the Heineken in it at the factory. Now that I know about this epidemic of penis putting in beer bottles, um, I'm worried. I wonder if there is a factory somewhere full of thin girthed men, like long and thin, and they stick their penis in the beer bottle and get the penis all around so they get penisiness all in the inside of it, and then they put the bottle in. So look like a pro LGBTQ zone? Of course it is. I'm an individualist. I believe in every individual's fundamental God-given right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I'm not any kind of groupist. It doesn't matter what group we're talking about. You cannot reduce an individual to a member of their group. Without committing a crime called stupidity. No, it's not actually a crime to be stupid, but it's it's dumb to be stupid. It may not be a crime, but it's dumb to be stupid. Well, I think the idea of it is you can define happiness as ever you want. Maybe your definition of happiness is like Rachel's. She likes to sit around and watch things on her phone, and periodically live stream and do little things like that. And she is not inclined to have a lot of responsibilities or anything and is perfectly happy without going and doing a bunch of stuff too. Maybe somebody else has a different definition of happiness. For her, happiness is my penis. And sadness is the dearth of my penis. It's not really true, but I like to pretend that it is. I mean, life, liberty means you can pursue what you want. Pursuit of happiness means, I guess, I wonder about that pursuit of happiness. Life and liberty implies you can pursue happiness. But I guess Pursuing happiness is suggestive that the country is 2/3 individual obligation, life and liberty, and 1/3 societal obligation, pursuit of happiness. So, in other words, the government's job is to enable people to pursue happiness with infrastructures and defense and such. Maybe that's the reasoning behind it, but I don't know. I'm not the one who suggested, hey, let's add pursuit of happiness. It's a good point you bring up, though, Solid Fit Shield. A very good point. I'm going to start looking into this, and I'm going to find the scoundrel who included pursuit of happiness and hold him accountable. Liberty is autonomy, more or less. How about life, liberty, and kicking ass? Wouldn't that be better for America? America's about life, liberty, and kicking ass. What do you think? Should we replace it with kicking ass? Yeah. I like that better too. And the thing is, I actually don't believe I'm pursuing happiness. I think of happiness as I just either am happy or I'm not happy. If I have to pursue it, just fuck it. You're too hard to catch, happiness. Just, if you're gonna run away from me, then just forget it. I'm not gonna be like, it's not gonna be all pull, no push for you, you know. If you don't want to be around me, happiness, fine. Get away then. I'm not gonna chase after you. Fold check. All right. I'll fold check. Queens versus ace queen. Queens is going to take that one down. Queens is going to hold and knock out another hombre from the OK Corral. I'm under starting stack. I've got about 22 big blinds. So I really need to start thinking about shoving here. That's what tournaments are all about, really, is shoving at the right time. I'm going to probably have to shove with a non-ideal hand, but because I need to double up sooner rather than later, really. I'm not going to force it, though, so I got another couple of turns around the thing before I have to move. Of course, if I get a hand worth moving on, then in I go. All in. Like a skinny dipper into the lake in the middle of the summer horror movie. Hey, you guys, do you want to go skinny dipping? Ew, that'll be fun. Yeah, let's go skinny dipping. Oh, I'm sorry, but what is skinny dipping exactly? We're going to take off all our clothes and go in the water naked. Is there any reason why it's not just called naked swimming? Look, are you going to join us for skinny dipping or not? Well, not until we resolve this issue of the name. I mean, I don't understand why wouldn't we just call it naked swimming? Because it's just called skinny dipping. Can you believe this guy? I know. John, listen, just come skinny dipping with us. If you're going to keep calling it skinny dipping, I'm not going to go. It's clearly naked swimming. You're just embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed. I'm ready to pull down my pants and take out my shirt and, or tie my dick into a bow around my waist and jump in the water with you. But I just need to know that we're going to call it the right thing. You know what? Just forget it, everybody. I thought it was a good idea, but you didn't care. We are all gays, 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 gays. Yes, we are all gays, 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 gays. Except for those of us that are lesbians or bisexual, queer, transsexual, or plus, or asexual. Plus. My sexual identity is plus. I have an arithmetic fetish. Nothing gets me harder than arithmetic. Yeah, subtract those two numbers, baby. Subtract them hard. So go all in. What are the stacks looking like? Yeah, I'll go all in. See if I get called by. Hopefully, I won't get called by aces, kings, or queens. Hopefully, I get called by ace, queen, ace, jack, something like that. I didn't get called at all. I guess I went too big on my betting. Now I got ace, queen. Fine, I'll bet smaller. 1,600. I don't mind going all in with ace, king because it's a losing hand usually. But it's a good hand to isolate one other person against, as long as it's not aces or kings, ideally. Queens, you got them in a flip. Fine. Ooh, I got him dominated. Ace, queen over ace, jack. Let's see. Yes. Good, good, good. Now I have doubled up. I've got 21,000 chips. Excellent work, Eric. Oh, John, but we're all guys. I heard that as gays. No, we're not all guys. Did you forget about me, Teresa, and there's my friend Big Titted Mary, and there's Susie over there, and Julie. She's a real knockout. Yeah, and then it's just me, Bob, and John, who doesn't want to go skinny dipping. I do want to go naked swimming, but you guys don't call it by the right thing. Okay. Girls, could you please call it just one time for him? Just call it naked swimming? No, I'm not going to. It's not called that. That's how the prom night ended in disappointment. It's like the people in this group include like Bob, who's a football player. I forget all the girls' names. What's the first one's name? Teresa, who's like in band, and then Susie, who's like a good student and known as like a sweet girl, and then Mary, who's kind of known as a bit of a slut and stuff. And then there's John. He's on the debate team, and he just cannot tolerate the idea of you calling this by the wrong name. Like when Bob starts to argue with him, he pulls out this paper and it's got his it's got this discourse critique on it. The precision of language matters. Critique, violation. Courtesy discourse. And then the girls are like, okay, well, you convinced me. All right, well, I'll call it naked swimming now. Yeah, girls don't like to call it naked swimming because they justify it by saying that it's going to make them skinny. That's how they justify being big sluts. It's getting cold out. That's the sound of coldness. Do you like it? Do you like the sound of coldness? Sure you do. Who wouldn't? After all, it's the sound of coldness. Burr, 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 burr. Sound of coldness. Where's some fur? There. Diggly dee, diggly do. Well, we're doing all right in the tourney so far. Got 20,000 chips. I'm 97 out of 266, so I'm better. I'm in the top half. The better half to be in. No, Transylvania, they've changed it, Sullivan Fitzgerald. It's no longer for vampires. Now it's for trans people. I think people from Transylvania should call themselves trans. Of course I'm trans. Can't you see that I'm trans? We got all the symbology of trans on. But really, he's just a vampire from Transylvania. I thought you said it wasn't for vampires anymore. Well, that's what the trans people said. But the vampires are fighting back. The only problem is when they bite a trans person, yes, the trans person becomes a vampire. Vampire becomes trans too. It's catching. What do you mean, how can surgery be catching? It's contagious, that's all. Once one person has surgery to remove their junk, then other people's junk around them just starts falling off. I think that's what, like, social conservatives must think about trans people. Yeah. How many trans people does it take to screw in a light bulb? I don't think I'm going to like this joke. 3. One to suck their blood, one to turn into a bat, and one to say, "Welcome to Transylvania." USA, USA, USA. Walton Stein. That's 3 USAs and 4 flags. I too am a patriot, sir. I love my country. I want it to be healthy and moving forward into a thriving future. I was raised to be a patriot by my father, who served in 2 branches of the military and brooked no bullshit about the matter. And accordingly, I behave as a red-blooded American does. I like football, big titties. I like football, big titties, and hot dogs, I guess. Those 3 American things. Number 1, that's right. Get out of here, China, Russia, Iran. You guys can go fuck yourselves. We're here to chew bubble gum and kick ass, and we're fresh out of bubble gum. Why are you chewing bubble gum? Not really sure. Just thought it would be fun if we all walked in chewing gum at the same time, kind of make a big entrance. So you mean like everybody's gonna notice we're chewing gum? Well, yeah, we just make a point of really chewing it when we walk in. You know, say like, "Oh my God, are all of those people chewing gum?" We'll try to sync our jaw chews in unison with each other. No, I don't think anybody's even going to notice. Do you think people would notice that? Like, let's say you were at a coffee shop on a college campus or something, and five people walking around the corner and just walking casually, looking perfectly normal. The only thing that's different about them is that they're chewing gum in unison. Would you notice that? God loves you all, even you. What? Even me? Yes, even you. I appreciate the fact that he loves me. I can be difficult to love sometimes. I am a sinner, though I try not to be. I try to keep the amount of sinning I do to an absolute minimum. Because sinning is bad. You know, as long as we're renaming things, we should rename Mexico America South and Canada America North. We could rename the Pacific Ocean uh, Bald Eagle Ocean. We could rename the Atlantic Ocean um, Four Wheeler Atlantic Ocean. Something pretty American. Or baseball or hot dogs. See, baseball is the best people who play baseball are Japanese now. They've stolen baseball from us. Ah. Blinds are only 600. Should I go all in with tens? Probably not. Okay, okay, shut up. That ding. It's like I'm like Pavlov's dog. Whenever it dings, I say, okay, okay, shut up. Was able to take that down without going all in. I just had to bet 3 times the big blind, normal bet size. So that's good. And we're coming right along. I'm placed 120 out of 258, so I'm still in the top half. And a number of people have told me I'm the prettiest girl in school. I may not be number one in chips, but I'm the prettiest girl. You miss the transatlantic, mid-Atlantic accent? I don't know what that sounds like. Is it like, Charles, are we going down to Central Park today? Here in the mid-Atlantic kind of British-like accent? Or is it's not a normal New York accent, not like Long Island accent, right? Rachel's from Long Island. Long Island. I can't really do a Long Island accent, but I want to inform everybody about something. Long Island iced tea is not made out of iced tea. Yeah, they're lying to you. It has alcohol in it. There are not a lot of places that have a drink, like an incredibly strong, horrible drink named after them. Long Island does. Like a Manhattan is not a terrible drink named after Manhattan, but it's not good either. Most importantly, Long Island has a much worse drink. A Long Island iced tea barely qualifies as a cocktail at all. It's just kind of like throw whatever liquors you got into a cup like you're a teenager. Hi, Track Attack 911. It sounds like Mr. and Mrs. Howell from Gilligan's Island. Well, I'd be Lovey then, Mr. Howell. I don't sound. You're saying the accent sounds like that. Lovey, would you get me? Lovey, would you get me? I can't quite do it. I have to listen to Mr. Howell. But that's good to know. No, 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 no. Okay, stop dinging at me. I don't like it. I'm gonna put on some audio of Mr. and Mrs. Howell on Gilligan's Island, so you can hear what it sounds like. It's kind of like that. Don't open your mouth when you talk, preppy accent or something. Fuck, you got an ace. Is he gonna bet it? Does he have an ace? Let me raise him and see what happens. Yeah, it basically puts him all in. God damn it, he called me. I don't think I won the hand either. Yeah, I didn't win the hand, so. I bluffed off a large amount of my chips there with pocket tens. Pocket tens will kill you. Shouldn't have done that. I should have remembered. Don't do this, Eric. Don't try to make a move here after the flop. If you're going to make a move with tens, make your move before the flop. Don't try to semi-bluff with them. It's stupid. Should have known better. All right. Mr. and Mrs. Howell, Gilligan's Island. Scene of Mr. and Mrs. Howell from Gilligan's Island.
Remember the Howells from Gilligan's Island?
Your Honor, I want to file charges against Mary.
Take a polyester derivative of an organic hydroxide molecule. Presence of a ray. It's risk we're facing a time problem. You see, the fuel in this jetpack has given me a propellant potency retention problem. Very trouble. In front of my wife. No one ever Gilligan, not I am.
Romeo and Juliet. Have you been eating brandy peaches without the peaches again?
Thurston, have you been eating brandy peaches without the peaches again? That's a fun accent. I like that accent. Great job remembering that accent. Windy Darling is one example of a mid-Atlantic accent. I don't know who Windy Darling is. He probably won't answer. What do you mean I won't answer? What am I not going to answer? Hi, Zachary Stephen Cannon. How many cabooses are there on a train that speeds along at 60 miles an hour, going west at 1700, and is filled with trans activists transitioning? There are Transylvania. Well, it depends. Count from Sesame Street says how many cabooses there are. One caboose on the train. Two cabooses on the train. Oh, from Peter Pan, huh? You know what I say about Peter Pan, right? Have you heard? What I say is Peter Pan, Schmeter Pan. That's what I say about Peter Pan. To reiterate, what I say about Peter Pan is Peter Pan, Schmeter Pan. Mr. Pawad is in the tub watching me naked. Well, you're naked watching me. You're not watching me naked, per se. Although I guess, in contemporary parlance, that doesn't really qualify as a misplaced modifier. Are my bowel movements regular? Mostly. I get a little backed up sometimes. Comes from lack of exercise, really, I think. Peter, Peter, I found me neighbors. That's how Wendy from Peter Pan sounds like. The portal only goes one way. We can see you, but you can't see us. Oh, I can see you. I guess you guys don't know. Once you are a YouTube affiliate, you get access to the secret cameras they have in everybody's house. So I can keep an eye on you when I'm streaming. A lot of people don't know that. But hey, what can you do about people's ignorance? Nothing. That's ignorant. No, that's ignorant. I'm gonna go all in. Like, I've got less than 10 big blinds, so I'm gonna go all in as soon as I get any ace or any hand that I would normally play if I weren't short stacked. South Park is the most intelligent show on television. Go fish. Would you like to play Go Fish? I don't. Oh yeah, I do have playing cards right there. I could play playing card Go Fish, but it'd be kind of hard because we're not in the same room physically. Do I have any 12s? The 9 and 12 is there. I didn't know the 9 in there. You know, sometimes people get offended. Oh, you were referencing South Park. I didn't know that. She's in bed. She stayed up all night last night. She live streamed last night all night. She's not on any Adderall today. I took a couple of Adderalls already. So, I'm going to be leaving here tonight at like 3 in the morning. I take 2 Adderalls in the morning, but I'm going to take 2 more before I go. Synchronicity. That is synchronicity. No, she was upset because I think she feared that I was upset, but I wasn't upset. Once I understood that I had misinterpreted what was going on, I was just sorry that I had said those things in chat, you know. And that's all there is to it. We didn't fight at all. When she finished streaming and came and talked to me, we just had a pleasant conversation, and I just reassured her. You know, she's very easily stressed out about. She needs a lot of reassurance that her and me are forever. You know, like I would ever leave her. What an insane notion, right? I got queens, and it comes out. He's got king jack. It comes out 7 king jack. Thank you. That's it for me in this tournament. No, I'm not gonna rebuy again. Forget it. Just forget about it. I don't even want to rebuy again, even though it's only $5. You know what? All right, fine. I will rebuy it one more time. One more time. It's late, super late reg. That just means you're just gonna go in, go in, go in until you either have a decent stack or you bust out again. Just gonna need to get first good hand I have. I'm all in. I'm all in like Mr. Ballin. So like if I were playing like a tournament that had like a $200 buy-in, and I bust out again, and buy in a third time, I'd be like, "Oh God, Eric, you can't do this. You need to save money. What are you doing?" But this is better because how much does this tournament cost? $5. So I'm into it for $15 now. That's a reasonable amount of money to lose gambling, you know. Fold that, of course. I think I'll put on my own, therefore not copyrighted by, not gonna get me any copyright trouble, music on in the background. Have a little music playing. We'll play Hoter's Greatest Hits on shuffle. No, that's not where I need to be. Doy. Doy, Eric, Doy. Don't be a no Doy face. Um, Derek's Greatest Hits. 60 videos on it. Sort. Um, just shuffle. How do I shuffle it? There. Okay. This is a good luck song. This song will help me to win in poker. Jack 9 of spades. I'll try to limp in and see what happens. I'm the greatest. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. I'm the best. I gave up long ago. Yeah, I met a man named Ken who showed me how to whisper. I got top pair. I guess I'll just go all in. There's only one guy to go. We didn't check, so there. Good. Good job. Good job, Eric. You now have 12,800 chips. You're still well behind, but I believe in you. I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. I'm the best. I'm rich. I just been sad. I gave up long ago. I'm the greatest. Well, sometimes bad, but that was all I'd ever know. I'm the greatest. And sad was all I knew. I don't need more penthouse. I'm the best. Till I met a man named Kid who showed me how to whisper shout. I'm rich. I'm the best. I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. I'm the best. I'm rich. I'm the best. I'm the greatest. Hmm. You had me at hello. I didn't say hello till the very end of our conversation. So you're saying you were unconvinced for the vast majority of it? Yes, I'm saying that. But that hello was delivered with such aplomb. I just couldn't help it. I've fallen in love with you. A week from now, we're an open flower. And tomorrow afternoon I'll be. That's right, this is the other waltz I have. I do have more than one song in 3. You complain, but I explained, darling baby, it was way back in December. I need to be moving quicker. Probably should have played this ace 9 because I only have 10 big blinds. Why do you try? I didn't ask for any of these occasions. Now I'm 200 of 294. Ace 10, okay, I'm going all in. Maybe I'll take it down, maybe I won't. In other words, maybe I'll see a flop, maybe I won't. If I see a flop, then maybe I'll win the hand, but I guess I'm certainly fine with them folding to me and me taking the blinds. I still get 1,500 in blinds. That's more than 10% of my chip stack, so. No good comes from skating on with them whom you'd mistaken for the one.
Opportunity deep in decency, self-conflict eventually once the search is done. John in the car last night, we had a messy fight. Each insisted we were right and the other one to blame. So when the moonlight's done,
I'm getting some good hands here. I got queens this time, and I'm in the big blind. That's good. I'll definitely go over the top. Hopefully somebody raises it up a bit without aces or kings. Somebody went all in. All right, she has me covered. I'm going all in too. She's got jacks. I got queens. All right, good. I got her notched. And I faded. So we're good. Now I got 30,000 chips. She busted out right. Well, she has 880 chips left, but the rebuy stage is ending right now. So she won't be able to rebuy. I don't think there are any add-ons in this. If there is an add-on option, I'll add on, but for another $5. I don't think there is though. Already been there too long. She preferred the words in her head. She took a wheel, heading to the east in order to feel. She heard a towards space, picked up the kid, surveyed her mood, got on her face. She slowly unglued, slowly unglued, got on her face, crowded her view. Okay, we're back in action at the poker tournament. I've got 7-8 offsuit in the big blind. I'll let you guys look at the poker game for a while instead of me. I'm gonna fold, obviously. Okay, don't beep at me. There. That's pretty good. They've stopped that, haven't they? They stopped what? Oh, movie trailer voice? Like In a World? Or One Man? Oh, Ace King, well. I'm all in. I've got that guy covered. Good job. Yeah, this one's like, one man who asked too many questions. One woman who had none of the answers. Like that kind of, those kind of parallelism things. Seven, 8, 9, Jack. I'm not involved in that hand, fortunately. Ace 6, not gonna play it. So in this tournament, my VPIP's been higher. I'm not sure why, but I've been more. I mean, this is actually my total VPIP for like the whole 10,000 hands or something. It's like 28%, which is too high, but marketplace, monger with me, we monger with Steve. You can't just monger and leave. You know that. Monger and leave. Monger and leave. All right. I've got 30,000 chips. The big blind is 1,200. So I've got almost 30 big blinds. Mongering. Well, that's right. I'm going to LA this morning. I can't leave as early as like midnight, I guess. I'll have to kill time once I get to LA, but maybe I can call Dave Porter, see if he's up to anything, or I don't know. If I left here at midnight, I'd probably get in 5:30 in the morning. I guess I could go out to dinner, go to breakfast at one of the breakfast places I like to eat at in LA. Sierra Madre. I just gotta kind of kick around till 9 in the morning. All right, I'll go all in too. Oh no, he's got me. Ace Queen over Ace 10. Oh, we chopped it. 2 pair on the board. That's gotta be frustrating for him. What I got to do, I include you in everything that I can. 'Cause I'm your man, and you're my girl. I mean my woman in the world. You are the one I with till my dying day. You missed Blockbuster Video? Well, unfortunately for them, you now no longer need to leave your house to get a video. But I remember the heyday of video stores for sure, video rental stores. Like, we never got a Betamax. We got a VHS, so we weren't right on the cutting edge of VCR. But pretty soon after VCRs came out, and I remember when there were just the first video rental stores were opening, and they only had a small selection of videos, and it's like before too long I had seen like all the movies I wanted to see, and then gradually more and more stuff came out. Now, what are you gonna do with all those videotapes? Just throw them right in the trash. Not gonna do anybody much good. Fine, I'll fold my A7 suited. If you insist I fold my A7 suited, I'll fold my A7 suited. Since you're gonna raise like a big raisy pants. Comes out ace queen 10 on the flop. I would have a top pair but a shitty kicker with my 7. I wouldn't feel comfortable going any further with this hand because it's a possible straight on the board. 2 flush draws now. Neither of them hearts. So I'm glad I didn't go in on this hand. If you know what I'm saying tonight. Hi, Gyalt. You recently switched to Zens? What's Zens? I don't know what that is. The cigarette thing? Well, I did quit smoking for a while, and I was smoking vapes, hitting vapes, but I didn't like that at all, and so I started smoking cigarettes again. Cigarettes are, ever since I started smoking cigarettes again, I have not had a single puff up of a vape. That's why I'm not looking for stronger. I'm looking for smoking. I like the feel of the smoke going into my lungs, I guess. Hunters chase the wild deer. People live their lives as they saw fit. The land of Kansas, full of bread, above the head of those long dead. Okay, the flop comes out Queen 9-8. I got King Queen, so I got top pair. He just checked there. So I think I got him probably beat. But 4,800, see what happens. Don't check raise and go all in, please. If I win this pot, it's going to be a big one. He raised me. He's got it. I got to fold. My top pair is no way that's good on that board. Any 10 makes a straight, etc. Oh, is Rachel here? I didn't see Rachel. Oh, there she is. Hi, beautiful. This is a good opportunity to go all in right away because there's only 2 people behind me, the initial raiser and me, but the only 2 are all in. I need a king or a 3. King or I'm out. Well, that's too bad for me. But fortunately, it was just a $5 tournament.
3 more hours until I get back to Wood, Kansas again. 3 more hours to sit here in this basement with my friend. 3 more hours and then I'll head back to Wood again. And 3 more hours when I return to Wood, Kansas.
Okay, well, there's a $100 tournament ticket satellite, which costs $11 to enter. And if you win, you get a ticket to enter the $100 tournament. Okay, let's go smoke a cigarette. You're a thug, Bob UFO? My beloved wife is here. I've already fielded a couple of questions about, are we okay? Is Rachel okay? Blah, 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 blah. So, obviously we're fine and we didn't have a fight or anything. And, I well believe that Rachel was not crying because she misses her ex-boyfriend so much. Yes, the conversation was a little triggery for me, but I understand that as being my problem, not hers. Hi, kitty, meow, meow face. Want to go outside? Go ahead. I'll be back with you guys when I'm done peeing. When I said it, I realized I said it after the front. I don't remember that one in front. I would imagine something would make no sense. Signing over one thing that all of it. No, I just told them we didn't fight at all. Oh, you guys. Hello. Hi. It is so good to see you here. What, kitty? I've already watched you eat twice. I don't want to watch you eat anymore. Let's go find my hat. I need a woolly hat because it's somewhat chilly outside. A little too chilly to go hatless, I think. This isn't Hatless Wednesday. You probably know what I'm looking for here.
Your hat.
Right.
There's a hat up in the closet there that you could wear.
In here?
This one.
Is it? Oh yeah, here it is. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's right. I like these glasses.
Oh, I love you.
I love you too, darling. Okay. There. I guess I'm kind of burnt out on poker now, all of a sudden. Like, okay. Poker's fun, but you can get burnt out on it. Takes a long time. You're trapped by the TV, you know. If I could play it on my phone, I guess I wouldn't necessarily have to be trapped by the TV. You like being heard? Life's a funny thing. Until it's sad. Then it's no longer funny. I guess some things can be sad and funny. Something cannot be both funny and unfunny, though. Something can't both be funny and cringe, in my opinion. But that may be a personal bias of mine. So I'm heading down to LA. And I could leave here as early as midnight. Midnight would be pretty early to leave because I'd give myself some waiting around to do once I get down there. But you know, if I left at midnight, I could dilly-dally on my way down and stop for a couple of meals and so forth. I'll probably eat something before I leave here too, though.
I'm gonna hear you drop.
You know what? You gonna dry them or throw them out?
Dry 'em.
Dry them. Okay, cool. I love you, darling. Remember, I'm leaving around midnight-ish or a little bit later than midnight, but
Okay,
around midnight.
I'm gonna hang out with you.
Okay, for Los Angeles. Yeah, I'll have to go to Los Angeles.
You got a mission.
I do. I am on a mission. I do have a mission. My mission is to go to Los Angeles.
It's good that you looked up like the time and everything, and you didn't just go this morning. You would've-
Right, yeah, I would have very likely ended up having to get a hotel in LA tonight.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to do that.
No. I'm sorry that, like,
What?
I mean, I'll reassure you as much as you need.
That's fine. Like I said, I was perfectly satisfied with the explanation last night. I just felt like confirming it.
I know, like, I do the same thing. You know that.
Yeah. It's like, no matter how irrational jealousy is, it just doesn't make any sense that you'd be crying about your
Right?
ex-boyfriend. Even if you had been crying about that, it wouldn't have been over him. It would have been about something he did to you or something, you know?
Yeah.
So, just not any reason to get jealous or upset on my part.
No, but it's understandable if you like. It's understandable if you need reassurance. Like I will give you all the reassurance that you need because it's the truth. Like what? Why would I? I'm so happy. Like
You seem happy.
I am.
I appreciate that too, you know? Because I haven't necessarily been, I've been not necessarily the most happy and accordingly not the most comfortable version of Eric to be with, you know?
I had no idea really.
I feel a lot different now, though. It's weird.
Good. I wonder what if like
I don't know. Just time processing. I'm not sure. But I just feel like enough better now that I recognize that I have been less than well heretofore, you know?
yeah.
Oh, trouble.
Trouble.
What a kitty you are.
He's a kitty.
All right. Well, I'm actually kind of looking forward to this, going down to LA, having a little bit of an adventure, you know. I think what I'll need to do before I go leave for LA is I want to clean out the back of my car. So I need to go out there with a trash bag and a trash can and just throw a bunch of pieces of trash away. But before I do that, I think I'll put on some socks because my feet are a little chilly. They're chillier than not chilly at all, anyway. So let's get some socks. Clean out the back of my car. SOCKS. That's Spanish for socks. Okay, it's not really Spanish for socks. Fine. You win this one. This is the last one you're going to win. Okay. Did I ever eat anything real? Oh, yeah, I ate a sweet and sour chicken. I need to make more food for myself. All I've eaten today is 2 Uncrustables and a sweet and sour chicken. That's not a lot of food. It's not no food, but it's not nearly enough food. Hi, SB Uni. Yeah, well, what you're looking for in a personality theory is not neatness, but rather correctness. All right, I guess I'm done with this thing over here. So I'm going to put this back over. I'm going to start cleaning up the living room, putting away all my toys so that it's not a mess when I come back. And I'm like, oh, I wish I had dealt with this before I left. I put this back where it goes, this where it goes. This can go right here. It's fine. You just sit right there. Take this out. Don't need this in here anymore. I'm going to unplug it to move it. But I'm not going to unplug the HDMI cable. If I can avoid it. No, 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 no. Here we go. Back where you go, Mr. Laptop. Back where you go. There we are. Nice and tidy. Okay. What's next? All right. This sound card needs to be put over here next to the computer. No, Katie, I don't want to let you eat. And you know, when I'm gone, Trouble, you're gonna just have Mom in here, and she's even less enthusiastic about watching you eat than I am. So maybe it's time for you to stop being such a baby and learn how to eat by yourself. You thought about that possibility? He walks away from me and goes over to Rachel. Can you believe that? I tell him, hey, listen. Can you believe that, Rachel? I tell him, listen, I'm gonna be leaving. You're gonna get your mom to watch you eat. And he looked at me and he's like, okay. And he turned and walked over to you. I swear that cat speaks English. Relish. I'm relishing it. Good for you. I approve of your relishment. Okay, let's see. Come on, kitty. Yes. Go ahead, eat your food. Yes, eat your food. Do you want to eat or what? Or are you just going to stand there?
Yeah, we're all set up to watch you eat.
Go
We're
ahead.
both here.
I was going to have to go out and clean out the back of the car.
I'll stay.
Okay, we'll let the live stream stay too, and they can watch it as well.
Yeah. This is fine.
Don't worry, Eric. Turn on the outside lights.
Do you want the phone?
Sure, thanks. You know what I literally just realized, like right this second?
What?
Is that when I had power of attorney over my mom before my dad died, I could have amended the trust to exclude Candace. It didn't occur to me until now.
Wow.
Because I was thinking about how I could amend the trust potentially, but I was only thinking about it in terms of me and Delilah, trustee, trust, I could have amended it to get rid of Candace off the fucking trust.
I know. But,
I
no.
entirely. My bad. But it was a time period when I wasn't thinking that clearly, I guess. Because once they're both dead, you can't amend it. $80,000 oversight.
Oh my god, that's like crazy to think though. But how could you have operated any other way? Because you had no clue that she was even in it.
Right, and it's not like my dad ever included me in any of his decision making or told me like. I mean, he did say, "Do you know what that means?" When he told me he took me off as trustee. But I didn't ask him to explain everything that it meant exactly. But I knew what it meant. It meant formerly I had been a trustee and was going to be power of attorney over my mom. And now I was no longer going to be a trustee, right? So why would I bother to ask what it meant? I'd figure it out when I needed to use it. And why would my dad set things up like this where he didn't inform me of anything? Like, what was he thinking?
I don't know.
Like, why would he not actually inform me about stuff? I mean, granted, I would say, like, quit being morbid, Dad, or something when if he wanted to talk about that stuff, but...
Oh, you're so mean, Trouble.
But if he had put any effort at all into convincing me to sit down and go over this stuff with him, I would have done it, He just didn't want me to because he didn't want me to disapprove of something.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. That's probably it.
That dream the other night was crazy.
Your dad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This isn't a serious conversation. No, that would not for 1 second concern me. Once my father is dead, I do not care one fucking iota about his interests anymore. What his wishes were. Not one fucking iota, right? Because he's dead. He doesn't have any more interests.
I feel like I should explain to people that we're fine and that I love Eric with my whole heart.
Fuck, I right now do not love Eric with my whole heart because I better not have fucked up that microphone. Then I have 2 broken microphones.
No.
Most importantly, what I think we should confirm for the people is that we didn't have any fight.
No, we didn't actually fight. No.
Fighting, right?
No.
I just had a momentary freak out in the chat because I jumped to conclusions.
Yeah, right. We weren't, and that's the worst way to fight too, is through when I'm, on camera and you're commenting, or you're on camera and I'm commenting. it has to be talked about in person.
I mean, we were just a room away. It's not like you were on a business trip.
I know, but I felt like I.
Oh my god. You have got to be fucking kidding me. Oh my
I'm
god.
sorry.
I forgot to take my retardation abatement pills today.
Oh. It wasn't. It was so yeah. It was a fight. It wasn't really a fight though.
It wasn't a fight.
No.
In what way was it a fight? There was a moment where you were crying, I was upset, and you just needed to explain to me what was really going on, and that's all it took.
Yeah.
So it was me being upset momentarily because of a misunderstanding. There was no fight at all.
I have to give Chris Cheapin credit for explaining it better than I could too. Him explaining it helped, like, or him backing me up with what I was saying helped.
Well, good for him. Thank you for him. Hi, Gwendolyn Long. Rachel was talking about, she was streaming last night, and she was talking about she was talking about herself setting boundaries in relationships, basically. And she was talking about this ex-boyfriend of hers that they never ended up being committed to one another because he was a douchebag. Then somebody in the chat started saying to her, basically, you should have done this, you should have done that, as though her own rendition of her experience couldn't be trusted, whereas his intuition about nothing, having no knowledge about it at all, could be trusted. That upset her. And because she had to sort of fight to be taken seriously at face value for something that was simply the truth of the matter, that upset her. Plus, she had quite a bit of Adderall, and was kind of at that spot where it makes you kind of emotional and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless, are they apologizing with the super chat?
Yeah, the person did.
Well, that's nice of them.
Yeah.
The thing is, when Rachel streams, I think it's a good time to talk about her exes and stuff, because that's like, I'm not going to be a great conversation partner for that in general. If Rachel wants to talk about some shit that happened to her with one of her exes, or that she did while she was dating somebody else, and I'm not going to want to really hear about it at all. So, but that doesn't mean it's not part of her history and part of her life that she needs to include in her storytelling and understanding of things and references and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was misunderstandings all around.
But and the thing is, the fact that Rachel and I are sensitive or jealous at all, or any of these things, it has to do with damage we sustained in previous relationships. Like I feel myself in general getting healthier by the day because I'm in this relationship, and it's the right one, and it allows me to thrive as me and be celebrated for that by my partner, which is an incredibly empowering and important thing that most people in relationships don't ever have.
Mm. The commenter was named Catalyst.
he certainly was the catalyst for something last night.
Yeah.
But I'm not even necessarily upset at him or at all. I just think he didn't anticipate that result.
No. For some reason, like, I think I don't know why. I don't know.
He probably didn't see it as you processing through trauma, which it probably was.
But he was telling me that I handled it wrong.
What exactly did he say?
He said he invited you. That means you should have went. You should have went to the bar, hung out with his friends, even though when you went to confirm, you should have just gone because he invited you in the first place.
I think that guy was just projecting his own reliability onto your ex-boyfriend.
Yeah, it made me think that maybe he had an incident where he told like a girl, "Hey, let's meet up," and then she never showed.
That's certainly possible. Regardless, I think there was some projection there on his part.
Yeah.
Either projecting his own reliability onto the guy or projecting some other girl's unreliability onto you.
Yeah.
Alright, I need to make some food. What do you want to eat? Do you want to eat some?
I was gonna microwave food.
Okay. Would you rather have, say, rice and... I don't know if we have enough chicken. I think we could do rice and sausage.
Can I just have rice?
Yeah, sure. I'll make some rice. Wait, some rice, I'll make one sausage for myself. Risotto shirt pants.
Yeah, it was an app's name.
Let's go into the kitchen and make some rice. Okay, cow and pew, pea and pew. There it is. Alright, this is our rice pot. This is the pot I always use to make rice. This is rice. It's what's going to go into the rice pot. This is a measuring cup.
On the record that I have no feelings for any of my exes, like none. Like that, having SI 8th is really tough in a lot of ways, but in that sense, it's like a superpower for me that I don't.
You don't spend any time thinking about your ex.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I don't spend any time really thinking about my exes either, but they might pop up in a memory about something else, you know.
Well, you had so much time with your exes. They're so much part of your past, you know?
And fortunately for you, like you, I am an intuitive, not a censor, so, and any dom has a very begrudging relationship with SI in general, you know?
Yeah, I mean, 4 and 8 can really look alike.
Yeah.
And that's what I was trying to explain to Caroline. Like, she's like, I got a bunch of questions about how does SC4 look? And I was like, it's very spotty. Like when in terms of like chores or whatever, I can get half of the chore done Like these dishes in the freaking dishwasher. I need to.
Well, you need to do what?
I need to take the dishes out.
No, I already took them out.
You did?
I took them out and I put the dirty dishes in.
Thank you.
Sure.
Sorry it took me so long. I mean,
No,
I'm sorry.
don't be. If I hadn't wanted to do it, I wouldn't have done it. Remember, with the exception of one very important chore, you're your own policeman. I'm not going to get you in trouble. I'm not even going to notice.
You know what's really funny?
What?
We have to do the laundry of that.
Again?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about it. Again. That used to happen all the time when I was single after Candace moved out and I was doing my own laundry. I'd do a load of wash, and like almost every load of wash, I had to rewash because
Oh, no.
I never remembered to put it in the dryer.
See, but that is, it doesn't, that's so like a 4-8 sort of situation where
Yeah.
it looks the same.
Yeah. I don't know, do you do that sometimes too? Well, not anymore.
No, not really. It's, no.
It's really against me who does that.
Yeah. But I do it with the dryer. I leave stuff in the dryer.
That's not a problem. You can leave stuff in the dryer forever. It doesn't get mildewy in the dryer.
Oh, it must be my phone.
Sounded like somebody said hi.
I have my phone on the volume.
Let's see. Okay, 1 cup of rice. 8 minutes on the timer to bring it to a stiff boil. This pan, I think I'm gonna need to clean this pan before I cook anything in it. What do you think? I think so. So let's start cleaning this pan by doing this. There. And this. There. And this. There. Now we'll get a paper towel and go like this. Get one more paper towel. Now that we've gotten much of that stuff up, we can begin washing the pan in the sink. To wash the pan in the sink, you're going to want to start with some water and some soap, as per meow. Now I'm choosing to use this very dirty brush because I'm hoping cleaning this pan out with this dirty brush first will help clean the brush up a little bit. Okay. Now I'll get it with this one. Okay. Now we're just going to rinse it out with the old rinsity-roo. Rinsity-roo and I love you. Did we finish both those Moscatos?
Yeah, I think we did.
Oh.
We have balsamic.
Yeah, that'd be fine. The thing is, that'd be fine if I wanted a red wine kind of a thing. The Moscatos are when I want a white wine kind of a thing.
So, do you think we have any white wine?
No, but it's fine. I mean, yeah, maybe, but I don't need that badly. I think what I'll do is just, instead of using deep blazer, I think I'll just put a little olive oil in the bottom of this pan and cook it not on full blast.
Hong Kong Sports says bro doesn't like his wife's cooking. I don't think I've ever really cooked anything for her.
My wife doesn't cook.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I like it or not.
It's true.
Maybe it's fantastic. Who knows? I like being. I have no problem with cooking myself. I kind of like it because then I always eat when I feel like eating.
Yeah.
If Rachel wants to feed herself, then she can microwave something.
Right.
If she wants to wait for me to cook, she knows that that could be a minute or 10 days from now. If you're gonna wait for me to cook. Right?
yeah, I'm not waiting. I don't wait. It could be anywhere.
Sometimes I get a cooking kick and I'll like cook every day. And then I won't cook for weeks. Because the thing that we eat most of is microwave dinners.
Mm-hmm. God bless those microwave dinners.
Yes, God bless big microwave dinner.
Yeah.
Okay, let's turn this fire on. Oops, wrong one. Yeah, you'd think I'd know how to work my own stove by now, but I don't.
Oh my gosh, I love you so much. Can I give you a hug?
Well, of course, darling.
Like for me, looking at you is like looking at like a little baby and wanting to be like all up in the baby's business.
You can be all up in my business. That's fine. I love you, darling.
I love you too. I think it was important for us to have sexual intercourse when we did too.
I agree. It's very important. Sexual intercourse is a key component of any marriage. It brings the two people, reminds them that you're not just my friend.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're gonna have to take the D.
And like while we so like even before like it got a little heated in the chat, I thought to myself while I was crying, like, we need to have sex. Like, it's time. It's been a little bit too long, possibly.
Yeah, well, it's like you were out of order for a little while there.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And it's fine. But yeah, it's important to have sex periodically. Because otherwise, if you're the dude, you'll just find yourself getting more something over time. You're not sure what it is. You think it's probably you're irritated at her, and then you kind of I'm getting annoyed by this person who keeps walking around me with those boobs bouncing around. What's wrong with her? And then you realize, oh, I'm not irritated. I'm horny. And that's the story of sex.
Physical touch is like an important thing, and
Oh yeah, it's important for sure. I mean, if you didn't fuck me, we'd have some serious problems. But I think that you probably understood that going into the whole thing.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said, it is true that if you didn't fuck me, we'd have some problems. But I suspect you knew that going into the whole thing.
Oh yeah. I mean, I believe you.
You figured it out eventually.
Yeah.
This was going to be a thing that we did.
Yeah.
21, 22 minutes. Maybe 22 minutes. This I might want to turn down a little bit. Really, but I want to cook it at too high a temperature. Make it go faster. Turn over. These things are shitty. These are not useful for anything. This is just for tossing salad.
Oh, the.
These brown ones.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to turn this over with them, and really, I can't even do it. Wait, I'm gonna get it, but I can't. I cannot do it. So I need these tongues instead. Turn over!
I know.
Oh my God! What is wrong with you? Turn over! Let that have a little water there, so it'll steam a little bit. That'll help. All right. Now we can come in here and rest our weary legs for a moment or two. I tell you what's a great pharma drug if you want to go to sleep. Olanzapine. Woohoo! That makes you go to sleep. And it's like, I took an olanzapine last night. When I went to sleep, I just fell asleep, and the next thing I knew, I was waking up in the morning. That's how hard it knocks me out. It's crazy. You can't eat on olanzapine? What's dysphagia?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did appear. What's dysphagia? We spelled it the same way both times.
Oh, interesting.
Ability or difficulty swallowing? I don't have that from it. Just makes me have this like weird kind of semi-psychedelic-y kind of experience as it's making me tired, and then I go to sleep. Oh, you forgot the H. Right.
Kevin Costner's actually, all the reactions around of celebrities who were sitting around like the Reynolds Lively couple was so funny. Like Anna Taylor Joy. Anna Taylor Joy. She's she plays that. We watched it that girl who's like an INTJ and she's good at chess.
Oh yeah, Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, Queen's Gambit.
That was a great show.
Yeah, that was a great show. The actress from there, she was sitting by them. She rolled her eyes at Ryan Reynolds. Cher was there, and Cher's face did not move at all.
That's because of all the plastic surgery.
That's probably true too. Kevin Costner, like, snarkily, like, looked at, like, he moved his head to, like, look at Blake Lively and, like, was not impressed at all. It was pretty funny.
Well, obviously, this is, like, a huger story than just something that you're interested in. Like, the fact that you kept talking about a lot doesn't necessarily mean it's the big nationally. It just caught your attention a lot. But obviously, it's caught the whole nation's attention because they had that featured on Saturday Night Live as a joke.
Yeah.
You know? When it's well known enough of a topic of conversation that they don't even have to say anything except, "Why? What have you heard?"
Yeah.
Then it must be huge across the country.
Yeah, it is.
I had no idea it was that big of a story.
Yeah, it's a big mess. It's a big mess in Hollywood because, The problem is that, like, well, there's a bunch of problems, right? Like, she's probably lying. Like,
Yeah.
like you saw how much like it affected me. Like, I couldn't even tell you that I was like sexually harassed. Like, it's hard to talk about. It's hard to talk about.
At work?
Yeah.
What happened? Did you do anything about it? Or?
So like I was putting stuff away. I was at Trader Joe's and I was putting stuff away, and a guy comes up to me and he was like, "I would love to have sex with you." And I was like, "Oh,
No,
I don't even
thanks.
remember what I said."
No, thanks.
Yeah, I did say no, thank you. You know, I was polite because I'm at work, and he would like wouldn't give it up. He was like, he kept on going.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean.
And then I said, I was like, I have a boyfriend.
You had a boyfriend at the time?
Yeah. And he was like, "Oh, I don't mind. I'll watch you two." And that's when I was like, "Oh my God, this guy's gonna keep on going. Like he has no limits." So my coworker who was training me at the time went to management, and they kicked him out and told him that they don't want clientele like that. They take harassment very seriously.
Oh, it was by a customer.
Yeah, by a customer.
I see.
Yeah. I was freaking out. I think it was like my first day working there too.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
Thanks.
Who was your boyfriend at the time?
Harris. Of course, because he's BPD, he doesn't care. He was like, "Oh, you should have invited him." And I was like, "What?" I'm like, I was sexually harassed. He was in on the idea of having him.
What?
Yeah.
That's
Isn't that
I can't
sick?
believe you were. Never mind. I'm just gonna stop talking. I shouldn't have asked. I shouldn't even ask the question. Fold. All right, I'm gonna go work on the food a little bit. Can you just tell me, like before, tell
Yeah.
me what it is, and then push
Sure.
fold, basically?
10-8.
Fold check. Yeah. So if somebody raises, then you'll have to push fold again. But if nobody raises, then it might check all the way through, and then we'll see a fold. Okay, so now folds. Yeah, you got it. You got it. It was yellow. My bad.
Thanks, Argillus Cinnacore
Fold.
87.
Fold.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's all right. It just, yeah. Thanks. All right, fold. Or just push it once. Make it yellow. Yeah. All right, let's do that a few more minutes. Stop worrying it. Fold.
Oh, God. Sorry. My
I'm
mind.
back now. It's fine. It's easy to forget about stuff like that. Like for me, I at this point I begin to forget when I'm not playing poker and think that I have to go and check on the poker
Oh,
all
really?
the time. Yeah. So
I guess I'm habituated to it.
yeah. Oh, Westbound, I don't need to check something. I can just watch this. Am I a millennial? No.
That's nice though, right?
There you go.
To be called a millennial.
I think it was talking to you.
Oh.
Yes,
I am.
he is.
Yes, I am a millennial. I'm 4 years old and a millennial. I'm sure Timothy Chalamet was full of himself in acting school. I on a blind item. So blind items are gossip about celebrities without actually saying their names in it, and you have to guess. There's a blind item that says that Timothy Chalamet is with Kylie Jenner just so that he could use like her money and her jet, which is interesting because I mean he's been he must not have that much money or something. I would have thought with the amount of movies that he's made, that he would have enough money to have his own jet, but I guess he doesn't. He uses her jet. Right?
Please do.
SB Uni? I would not doubt that either. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is hard to beat Kardashian money. And apparently that's why he's with her. Cause he'll go he'll go like months without seeing her. And it's like no big deal to him. Them. Like the Kardashian family are all like, what's up? Like why doesn't he like appear around us ever? Yeah, I saw that movie. I really liked that movie. Call Me by Your Name. I thought it was very emotionally I thought it was very emotional. Cuz like you like for me I can take myself out of my straightness and just see the connection between two people.
One woman with a vagina. One other woman also with a vagina.
Not like way older, but older. Yeah. It was Army Hammer, so there's definitely an age gap there for sure. The love interest was Amy Hammer, Army Hammer.
What are you talking about?
This movie, Call Me by Your Name.
Oh yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, I think Timothy was 17. And I don't know how old. Army Hammer is closer to my age. And that came out in what, like 2018? 2019? 2018? So I was like 30. Wow, that is a big age gap. Army Hammer is probably like late 20s when he was in that. Maybe even 30s when he was in that role. That's the guy who's not going to get roles for very long. It's going to be a while till Army Hammer gets a role. Talking about his coming out as a cannibal and stuff, that's not a good look.
That's fine. We can just sit out for a second. It's fine.
Sit. Oh, okay. So you can leave it.
Yeah. I'll finish this in a second.
Yeah. So what? Like So then he was like 30 something. Army Hammer. Yeah. It's a really touching story. At the end of that movie, I was like crying because you're so like emotionally involved with the characters. I started crying, and at the end of that movie, I knew Harris and I were not going to make it. I don't know, something about that movie was like I was like testing the universe. I was like, oh, if this movie goes well and they end up together, then that's a sign. But if they don't, I just knew it was the ending. Army says he's not a cannibal, but he did eat the heart when he went hunting for a fresh kill. There are some text messages though between him and young girls talking about cannibal stuff. I think he pretty much got caught, and now I don't remember the last movie he's been in. Yeah, Ansel Elgort. Yeah, he did carry it. He did carry that movie, Baby Driver. Wasn't John Hamm in that too? He now say that he was just joking around. That's funny, Winston's mom. Army Hammer's so guilty.
He was just joking around about what?
Cannibalism.
Yeah,
He was joking around on the text. That's what he was saying. I don't think that's like. I'm pretty sure he wasn't joking.
hey, I want to chop you up and eat you.
Ha cha cha cha. Oh, you don't think Ansel carried it? I mean, his Baby Driver was okay. I saw it twice, but honestly, I can't remember a lot of it. Oh, Jamie Foxx? John Hamm was in it, yeah. Didn't John Hamm kind of like play a bad guy? It could have been. It could have been better. I agree. Baby Driver. It was kind of hyped when it came out, wasn't it? And what has Ansel been since that movie, really? He's kind of not been in anything. He said everyone there had paid at least $1 million to be there, and that they crowded him, wanting him to be on his podcast, or knew someone who would. He got canceled for texting a minor or something? Really? Ansel Elgort?
What medium was that person in? Movies?
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff with minors that come out about the rich and famous. I'm not sure what it is. He sat fifth row and said he had fun for a while, but that just became too much. Do you have a bush or is it clean? I'm not telling you that. It's in
people.
I'm glad that you're done with dishes, Jody.
So see, Rachel, you still get sexually
harassed. I know.
It wasn't just a one-time thing.
You get sexually harassed too.
A little bit.
You do.
I do. A little bit. I don't consider it sexual harassment personally, but That's, it's like it could qualify as such if I wanted to designate it such, but
Who knows? He could be innocent or guilty. Who knows? Oh man, was his mom?
okay.
That rice smells good.
We got 5 minutes on the timer for the rice to rest, and then we will be ready to eat. Cool. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette while I'm waiting for the rice to rest. Would you like a beverage? You got a beverage right next to you. I'm going to get a cerveza.
Cerveza. You want to take the?
Sure. If you don't want to be in front of it,
Yeah, I don't really.
that's fine. I know the feeling like when I have you live streams because I just don't feel like being in front of. I don't feel like being observed anymore.
Yeah, I can't see. It's so small. I can't read.
You can't read my phone either. Can you hold that for a second so I can open this door? No, you're gonna hand it right back to me. I
I see.
need a free hand to open the door. Thank you. Did that open? Could you open that for me? Never mind, I'll do it. Hold this again, please. Thank you. Thank you. Well, looks like we have gone outside, huh? Pretty exciting stuff. I got my hat, I got my smokes, got my lighter, I got my drink, I got everything I need except Florida's natural grapefruit juice. Wait, no. Okay, yes, I do have a lighter. For a second, I thought I did not have the lighter with me. Where are my glasses? Just leave them in your pocket, Eric. Oh my God. I only forgot one thing this time. All right, here we are with the glasses. Hello, awesome bro. I'm not from Canada. I'm from California, Mariposa, California. What's the temp? It's not that cold. It's like 40 or something. 40, mid 40s maybe. I'm not sure. I can't see the inside. That TikTok girl will be playing Britney Spears, and she's not any good in your opinion? What TikTok girl? TikTok girl, you look so fine. I'll make you mine and travel around the world, just you and me, TikTok girl. Oops. What's your opinion on renaming San Andreas Fault to Newsom's Fault? That's not a terrible idea, but I don't think Gavin Newsom actually accomplished that much. I mean, yes, he was the opposite of correct 100% about COVID. And there's no fire on, it's fine. That's just the timer for resting. That timer just says the rice is ready. So if you feel like scooping yourself a scoop, go for it, you know? I'm in Melrose, California, which is the county where Yosemite National Park is, which is the rock climbing one. Let's see what else is going on. Self-righteous vigilantes, huh? Why, that's my favorite kind of vigilante. I especially like the ones that are both smug and self-righteous. I have a big crush on Eric. Even after all these years, I become giddy around him and I want to be near him. Well, I feel the same way about you, Rachel. You know. Now I know what it's like to be in a relationship with somebody that you actually love and think is hot and want to hump, you know. Rip off the filter and smoke it like a man. These are Marlboro Reds. They're manly enough, I think. More than 200,000 Danes signed a satirical petition to buy California from the U.S. That'd be funny if California became part of Denmark. Lamau, Eric, give me some self-righteous with a sprinkle of smug, right? Isn't that your favorite kind of person? Add in pedantic and you got a trifecta. Smug, self-righteous, and pedantic. Today's new Esquire man. Or GQ. Esquire magazine and GQ magazine, they're both the same kind of magazine. They're an attempt to, like, say, you could be like James Bond. That's what those magazines are about. I'm like James Bond. I wear a suit and cologne. I work out at the gym. I like to look good, you know. I got my $10,000 watch on and I work out every day. You got to be cut, you know. And I've got my six-figure job. Yeah, I'm a senior executive at Buttfuck Industries, where we make butt fucking profitable. Listen here, you talking about me? I'm every lady's dream. All right. I got a six-figure job. I got a $10,000 watch. I drive a new Volvo. You might not have expected that, but I like to mix it up. As a dental plan at Buttfuck Industries, not good. I should admit that right now. In fact, their dental plan is what you might call an anti-dental plan. They compel you to go to a dentist that just messes up your teeth. There will be nobody with good teeth at Buttfuck Industries. All right. Let's go on inside. We have no way to reach them to bring them back. You know what I think is hilarious is these people get in this plane crash in Toronto, right? And the plane turns completely over on its top. Now, fortunately, there are no fatalities at all. Surprisingly, shockingly. Then one of these people who's just been through this serious plane crash, right? Like the plane is on its top on the runway.
I thought so.
Serious plane crash.
It was.
It comes down off of the thing with their phone filming, and somebody yells at them to stop filming.
Wow.
Some emergency worker yells at them to stop filming. I mean, fuck off. First of all, the Supreme Court has been unequivocal about this. It is perfectly legal to film public servants in the doing of their duties. I forget what that word is. So anyway, that was appalling to me. You motherfucker. This person who wants to document this horrifying experience because it's obviously going to make great video is filming, has just been in a plane crash, and your concern is to tell them to stop filming rather than whatever your actual job is.
Yeah, really.
It's not like that can possibly be policy because, after all, it would be unconstitutional. Did the rice come out okay?
Yes, good.
Good. You know, rice is always a fickle bitch. If you don't get it the right temperature and time and stuff, it can come out either too hard or too soft. Okay, got that there. Now I'm gonna scoop my way to freedom. Thing is, I might end up leaving a little bit earlier than midnight even, and figure that if I get there, when I get there early, I can just kind of nap in the car outside McDonald's or something. I don't know. Okay. Scoop of rice complete. Now let's put this rice pot, soak it, and I'm going to make a goal of cleaning this rice pot and putting it away before I leave tonight. This now I get with this. Look here. There. I mean, maybe I won't end up cleaning this rice pot tonight because it needs to soak to make the rice less stuck on them, yeah. I lost my chance at pocket threes. Oh well. Now I'm back and better than ever. From this point forward, I am not going to be missing any hands. Of course, I only have 9,000 chips, but this is a ticket tournament, which means basically all the prizes are the same. Like first place is the same as Meow Place. You just all get a ticket. Makes it an easier tournament by far, actually. I need soy sauce. Here, Mr. Man, here's some sausage for you. Since you want it so badly. All right, there we go. King 10. That's a good hand. The old King 10 suited.
Yo, King 10 suited.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Small stack went all in, so I only gotta go heads up. Oh no, there's one more person in the hand. Well, there's a 10. I'm just gonna go all in. I think I'm gonna bust out right now, but oh, I won actually. I won.
Yay!
Good job, Eric. Now I have 20,000 chips. And unlike a normal tournament, there's no reason to play this to win it. You can just win it to cash because every prize is the same as a ticket into the $100 tournament. Mmm.
So good.
It's a real delicious adventure. I'll fold. He must have a set of sevens or something. Because he checked on the flop. If he'd had just top pair, if he had just like ace jack, he wouldn't have checked on the flop. So he must have had a set. What's that?
I called trouble a baby boy.
Hmm. Hmm.
Bye, Jody Renee McDaniel.
Love you guys too, McDaniel family. We think you're the best. For some reason, when I looked at that first, I thought she said something about going to Las Vegas. I guess love you guys looks like Las Vegas.
Oh.
But then I realized that no, it was actually love you guys, not Las Vegas. No. Mmm. This is good. This will be. I'm probably gonna get out of here around 11, so
Okay.
that way I'll have this nice meal to tide me over.
Yeah.
I get somewhere where I can get fast food.
I'm glad I can hang out with you a little bit before you go.
Me too. This is your life. This is my life, yeah. I live here in my house with my wife Rachel
Yes.
in Mariposa. My life tonight involved driving to Los Angeles. But you know what? I actually know how to drive. I learned a long time ago, so it should be no problem. What is your life, Jamie Gillian? I Jabe to go. Pair of sixes, huh? I'll raise it up 4 times the big blind.
One says one small note because TE. Why don't you check the website of the places you have to go to and see if they are for sure open tomorrow? Because I think President's Day. I think it might be Lincoln's birthday tomorrow.
Tomorrow's Thursday. It might be Friday, but not Thursday. Is it? I will check though. I will check there. Thank you for saying that, because obviously, if in fact,
No, it should be.
there's no holiday, but I'll check it anyway. The bank is definitely open tomorrow. I'm sure they're both open, but I'll check Hamburg. It's just gonna tell me the same thing it told me when I looked at it this morning or yesterday morning, whenever that was, which is, I guess that was this morning. It told me the daily hours, which close at 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. So it's all it's going to tell me now. Every time I try to do anything, I'm like,
Oh.
I think what I might do also before I leave, something that occurred to me to do last time, but I never got around to doing, of course, is I kind of want to affix my neck pillow to the little arms of the headrest in the car where I want it to go. Maybe we'll do that after the tournament before we go. The tournament should be over relatively quickly because let me see what the pay schedule looks like. Because 18 people earn a ticket, or earn some kind of a ticket. I think the top 12 people get a ticket to the $100 tournament. 12 through 17 get a ticket for another one of these tournaments. And 18th just gets a ticket for a $5 tournament. But the point is, once they get to 12th, they stop playing because the top 12 all get the same price. So I don't think it's going to take too long. Thank you, darling. Thank you for patting my leg.
Oh my goodness, I got so much meat.
Poké savants.
Okay, savants.
Yeah, it's French for pocket sevens.
Someone recently said on YouTube that if you're learning a language, you should exaggerate it as much as you can until you get the words down. Yeah.
I won.
You won.
That was a big win. Big win. I got 25,000 in chips. I'm number 19 out of 59 people. I just got to fade another 47 people. Trump signed an executive order to give himself control over independent agencies such as those. I mean, obviously the courts need to strike that down. It's completely bullshit. It's too far. Oh yeah, it's way too far. Boba Fett. I mean, one assumes the the jurists will do their job and strike down his position on executive orders on the grounds of it's unconstitutional. You know, one might say, why do we have independent agencies anyway? What part of government are they? Well, they technically are part of the executive branch, but that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want with them. Obviously, I'm troubled by Trump's autocratic ways.
Yeah.
Anybody would be. Nevertheless, I think we can reliably assume, in part because of his age, that the transition of power will go smoothly through as it always has from one president to the next. He will have completed his 2 terms at the end of this term, and we have no reason to believe that the next election will be any different than every prior election, which says, even with Nixon, right? You know, it's like peaceful transition of power marched on anyway. The USA is not like the New England Patriots. It takes more than just one guy to make the country good or bring the country down. New England Patriots, they could have just, I guess, put like pumpkins around Tom Brady and they would have won.
I know.
You know that because as soon as he left, they started incredibly sucking.
Mm-hmm.
Well, more, it wouldn't be the nation's first constitutional crisis. Andrew Jackson famously ignored the Supreme Court's orders and hence the Trail of Tears. So, yes, it's a horrific to imagine possibility that he might ignore the court's orders, but the problem with that idea is there's not any reason for anybody to obey his orders if the court has ruled against him. It's not like the Trail of Tears because as the commander in chief, the army is not going to disobey him. But people in the FCC will say, well, we don't have to leave. The meow did meow. Yeah, that's a very Andrew Jackson perspective. The courts have ruled, now let them enforce it. No, because that's the executive branch's job, you fucks. That's why they need me. But I got a lot of projects to do, though. I mean, I've got a lot of shit on my plate, so who knows?
I think you're a boy wonder.
Thanks, beautiful.
You're welcome.
I think you're a golden, delicious biscuit.
Thank you.
I don't care about politics, but Trump in the Daytona 500 was epically badass. What did he drive a car around the Daytona 500? That's very Putin of him.
Yo, he got a new haircut, Trump.
Did he?
Yeah, it looks so weird.
Makes him look years younger.
Yeah.
Who's that 20-year-old?
Yeah,
Donald
right.
Trump? I mean, I think car racing. I have the same perspective on car racing that South Park does. You have to be extremely dumb and poor to like car racing. just
so
like
loud.
just like Cartman said,
Is that what Carter said?
Yeah, he said, I need to be, all I need to do to win car racing is be dumb and poor. So here, Butters, here's all my coins in my coin jar. And now I just need to get dumb. So what he discovered was there's a warning on Vagisil, do not consume internally. And so he consumed it internally so it would make him dumb. And he chewed it like chewing tobacco. He put Vagisil. Pretty great episode. Pretty great. All right, let's go smoke. We got a little bit more time on break, 40 seconds. Take this outside. That's not my perspective exactly. I agree with it, sort of, but I would not. That's from South Park, okay? It's me quoting South Park. It's not me making the statement that only people who are dumb and poor like car racing. My dad raced cars. He loved car racing. Not to watch it, but he did. My father was at Le Mans for that race that they made Ford versus Ferrari about. He was there working with the Ford team at Le Mans at that race, at that exact race. And the thing is, he refused to see the movie because in the movie, the guy who was kind of like the main bad guy, the Ford executive who played kind of a bad guy role, my dad really liked that guy because that guy actually offered him a job in Detroit once he got back to the States. My parents didn't take it because I guess my mom wanted to go to California. So yeah, I come from car racing family, but I can't. I think it's like Rachel's right that it's incredibly loud too. When I lived in Laverne, we lived near the Pomona Fairgrounds, and thanks, beautiful, and they had drag races there periodically, like twice a year, I think. And oh my God, you want to talk about fucking loud? Those drag racers, they're loud for like 30 seconds to go, and then the race is over, right? But those things are fucking loud. Well, I got 6, 7 of diamonds. The flop comes king, queen, queen, 2 diamonds. Yeah, all right, I'll call you. Chase that flush. That helps a little bit. I got a 6, which I have a 6. 6 on the turn, but not diamonds. I really need diamonds. Another queen. Well, I got queens full of 6s. Let's see what he's got. He's got queens full of kings, so he won. All right, that's fine. I'm glad I didn't like go all in or anything because I lost. But if I had hit that flush, I would have won the hand. So I'm glad I stayed in as I did. I'm glad I bet it like I did too. I had a bit of a blocker bet on the turn, which helped keep the pot small. Chick girl. Sup, beanie man? Spurn. Psst. That's sizzling hot. I'll raise to 2,800 with the ace jack offsuit. Might as well. So if anybody newly arrived wants to know what's going on right now, well, I'm basically killing another hour before I leave to go to LA. I really should wait a little longer than that, but at this point I'm kind of like, okay, let's get this out of the way. So, I mean, I I can't begin my business at the bank in LA until 9 a.m. It's not going to take me anywhere close to 10 hours to drive to LA. But I'll push it back as late as I can, I guess, you know. I don't know. I'm just ready to get on my way. Broski, why are you going to LA? I need to go to the bank down there and get into our safe deposit boxes. Because Delilah, I mean, it's fine. You know, she was supposed to uh, cash out meow amount, and she cashed out a fraction of meow amount because the our guy told her for tax reasons she shouldn't cash out more than meow. And so, but I thought that while she cashed out the amount that I told her, right? So, um, now we're a little bit liquidity poor, you might say. You know, my checking account is getting close to 3 figures. So I need to go get money. As it is, it's like we're gonna have to pay a late fee on the property tax, the second installment of the property taxes, because when when I went to get more cash from Delilah to pay it, she's like, "Oh, actually, I only got meow." I'm like, "Oh my god, dude, what are you doing?" I didn't even say that. I was just like, "Okay." You know, if the problem is her getting too little money out, that's not really such a big deal. The problem is she's not hardly spending anything, I don't think. But I mean, some obviously for living expenses. I know her living expenses are a lot cheaper than ours, though. We got to get that rental up and running so that they get some kind of inflow of cash besides just the occasional typing session. No sleep till brisk. How much you up or down? I'm actually very well slept for having gotten the Adderall just on Friday, less than a week ago. Normally I'd be feeling really quite tore up right now, but thanks to olanzapine, I haven't been because Klonopin doesn't knock me out. I like being on Adderall and Klonopin at the same time. That's just like you're sprung but chill. But and I just don't sleep hardly at all for several nights at least at the beginning of a bottle. But this bottle, on 2 nights, I've taken olanzapine and I've gotten good full night sleeps. So I'm actually, I've got bells on my toes and sparkles on my bunny tail. I had a bunny tail surgically implanted at the top of my butt because I thought it looked cute. I'm a bunny. And then I wiggle my butt around, wiggle my little bunny tail. But, when I got home from the operation and said, "Rachel, I've been wanting to surprise you with something. I didn't tell you this was happening." And I showed her my bunny tail.
Mm-hmm.
She screamed in horror and said, "Abomination!" So I had to get it removed. Because ain't nobody like no abominations in their soup. You know what I'm saying? Can't wait till you go full bald, buddy. I'm pretty much full bald. Bald. No, full bald, but baldish. They should make a show that's a ripoff of Blackish called Baldish, in which everybody in the family is kind of bald.
It's kind of bald.
Yeah, including the women. You know, they've got bald spots everywhere. And
Baldish.
their last name is Hairless. Jim, Jill, John, and Judy Hairless. Just because you don't have that chat doesn't mean you can't have much fun. This week on Hairless.
How
Hair,
quirky.
but baldish. Yeah, right. How quirky.
Mom, my hairline. It's receding.
Now, honey, you know that's just part of being in the hairless family.
But I have prom tomorrow.
Well, we can just shave it all off then. If you want to make a fuss about it, I'm just going to shave it all off. No, Mom, fine, okay. I'll wear a hat. One of the more dramatic episodes
That is pretty dramatic.
of Baldish.
It gets nominated for a Golden Globe.
The most dramatic episode gets nominated for Best Comedy episode,
Yeah.
you know? It's the episode of Baldish where it's a very special, serious episode. Hi, I'm John Rudy, and I play John on the show Baldish. And I'm here today to talk to you about a very important issue. Did you know that bald shaming is a real problem in society today? For not just men, but women and children as well. Many newborns are in fact born bald and receive relentless taunting during their early days for their lack of head hair.
I think the paparazzi should take pictures of us because we're the coolest couple.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, I've long maintained that while I cannot understand why, for some reason, nobody is following me around, taking notes, taking pictures of me, making sure they document my every move. For some reason, nobody's doing that, even though I'm the obvious choice to do that with. So I've been expecting a documentary film crew to show up at my house any day. They continue to not show up. Wee-hoo! Well, I called that bet at 5,800. Probably ill-advisedly, but the numbers are going down slowly in this tournament, so everyone's playing tight. I'm going to have to make a move and double up, or I'm not going to continue to be able to play that way. All right, well, I got an open-ended straight draw. Any ace or nine makes it straight. Yeah, go ahead and give it a shot, whatever. That's it for me. That's fine. I was ready to bust out. Okay. 10-15. All right, well, I think I'm going to wrap this stream up. I want to thank you all for being here. You're wonderful people. And if I feel like it, I may engage a live stream from the car driving to LA. Till then, if that occurs, bid you adieu. If it does not occur, I almost certainly will live stream on the way back. So one way or the other, you'll see me streaming again soon. Goodbye, good night, and good luck.